It's all working groovy. Howdy, my name's Dave, and I'm a wood turner. I started turning as therapy for PTSD. Found out I had a knack for it, and fell in love with it. And now I am working on turning my therapy into um, a living. Right. So I started this broadcast. I love to teach. And I started this broadcast to become a better teacher, a better demonstrator, and a better turner too. It's practice, and that is the secret sauce to turn in any way. Is practice, practice, practice. And the more I work with other turners, I get that practice time too, because the more I repeat those tidbits of information, things that I shared, I teach, the more it gets cemented into my own head. And of course, I'm always looking for better ways to do things, simpler ways to do things, ways to do things that don't beat up the body, because I want to be able not only to do this for as long as I'm physically able, but I teach those things so others can do that too, and do it as long as they are physically able. So hey, let's get started. I've got a little project going on here, and this is kind of a different take on, or kind of a little adjustment between my from my 5-part box series. So I'm playing around with this. I've got 2 cylinders laid out and marked out for spirals. I do these by hand, and when I'm doing this, rather, I really prefer to use a cloth tape. And if you're not sure what that is, they can be found at sewing stores like Joann Fabrics. I believe Michaels has these too. It's just a flexible cloth. It's just a flexible cloth measuring tape, so I can wrap around cylinders and do measurements, do all kinds of stuff with them. It works a lot better than a standard straight edge that's stiff. I'd have to follow that curve. With this, the tape follows the curve for me once I get things lined out. So highly recommended, at least from my perspective, piece of kit for your workshop is a cloth tape. So I tried to get tunes going. I've got an account with Slipstream, but for some reason the website is not working today. So no tunes from that. Oh, I guess I could go get my that's copyrighted stuff though. So I could throw a thumb drive in that's copyrighted music that I purchased, but I don't have permission from the actual artists to use this on my channel. So to avoid any headaches and hassle, we'll just leave that off. What I'm doing here is I'm cutting these lines out. I intend to make these spirals, but cut out, just have every other one cut out. The inside will be hollowed out too, so it'll be a cylinder of 4 spirals, and then ultimately this dude will get the same treatment, and will slide right inside that. And this part's actually fairly easy because I'm cutting a straight line. Just takes time. This is like all the prep work and stuff that most people don't get to see when projects are being done. There is typically work behind the scenes to get blanks or whatever ready, get stuff ready to turn, to carve. I'll be doing a little bit of both with these. I'm cutting down probably about 1/8 of an inch I don't know if I need to go any deeper just yet. Although if I did, it wouldn't matter a whole lot because I'm hollowing this thing out. I will have the ends there all set, so this won't just come apart. There'll be actual rings on the ends of these. And even though this is a spiral, if you were to unfold this or lay this cylinder flat, then these would be straight lines. So it's just easy to cut with a handsaw. Just got to follow the line. So this little piece is spalted Douglas fir. It's going to be the outside sleeve. The inside sleeve is ash. So this is also going to get the same treatment and hollowed out. This will be the leg for a stand. The base and the platform will stand on either end of these. But I think this will be a nice effect with the spirals nested inside each other, and you'll be able to see through the whole piece once every other spiral is cut out or removed, and then the ones that are left that are shaped. But I need some guidelines to follow, and since I need to remove every other one anyway, it just makes sense to just cut this out now. And when I do the turning, I'll figure some of this out as I go. But every single one of these got 8 lines I need to cut. I wonder if maybe that'll kind of add a little bit to what you're seeing. You can kind of see more than one angle, but definitely can see that my saw blade is straight. It's not curving or whatever, flexing. It's cutting a straight line. Nice to be able to have the lathe as a third and fourth hand, so to speak, to hold on to this. Don't have to make a special jig for it. On the next cylinder, I'll show you how I laid this out. It's the same concept with this one, just a different diameter and different pitch to the spirals, but everything else is the same. Okay, so now I need to figure out, well, I guess it doesn't matter what I figure out. I just need to remove every other one of these. But before I do that, I'm actually going to set this one in a chuck and then use a Forstner bit, this one in fact, to hollow that out. It is the right size for this particular dowel. I sized it so it should just slide right into the hole. and we'll have nested spirals. So that one I can set aside because, as I said, I'm going to hollow that one. Actually, I'm going to hollow them both out with a Forstner bit. I just want to get the cutting part done, get these lines set so I don't have to carve away so much when I'm carving through there. That wall thickness will be a lot less. Oh, I was going to show you how I lay this out. All right, so what I did with this one is I wanted the spiral to match the diameter of the dowel. So I measured that diameter, and then I used that. Well, first of all, I marked a line with using my tool rest up here, marked a straight line, and then advanced my headstock, and I've got 12 slots in my little lockdown thing here. Anyway, I've got 12 slots with 3 different holes, so I can actually get 36 different lines on here if I wanted to, but I just wanted 8. There's 4 sections here. I wanted to be able to take out every other one, so instead of doing just 4, I did 8, and these ones will be taken out. So I measured after that, drawing out those lines, and on these it was really simple. I did 4 lines, advancing my headstock around each time, 3 in my case, 3 little slots to click it over, and then draw another straight line. And then I measured between those, because that would have been between it's somewhere between where the slot would line up, and I could lock it down. So I just took the cloth tape and measured from line to line and hit that center point. So I have 8 lines, and then from corner to corner, and actually let me get the tape. How I drew the spiral lines, and this is why this stuff is so, whatever you got that might wrap around, cloth tapes are really nice. So I measured from the corner of the box to corner of the large box here, as opposed to I used 1/4 of the entire circumference. Even though it's marked out in 8, I just used the 4 quarters, and went from corner to corner, stretching my tape across there, and that can draw the pencil line right along the edge of the tape, and it's straight line. And then going to every other one, going all the way around that way. Once I got those all marked out, which for both of these takes a little while. Now I'm mounting them and cutting those lines. Goodness gracious, I'm going to pause the mic here for a sec. It's a relatively warm day, very humid. So my sinuses are kind of running a little bit. So this one will take a little bit longer because it's ash. It's a little bit harder wood. Actually, it's a lot harder than Douglas fir. But I just need to cut that straight line. Once I get these set, then I can probably sand the outer surface just to get rid of any extraneous marks, and then use a Forstner bit to hollow these dudes out. Take out the center. I haven't tried a pull saw with this. But a pull saw would also have a much thinner kerf. I guess the kerf doesn't really matter. That's going to be carved. That's going to be carved anyway. I just have never tried a pull saw on this. This is a nice solid blade with a back with a spine, so it will stay straight. While I'm cutting. So yeah, this is all the work behind the scenes, I guess. After I do that, then I'll have to grab my carving tool, and we'll get rid of every other spiral, so to speak. Carve that away, and then carve a nice shape into these spirals that are left. Anyway, the prep work is what usually takes the longest. Everybody gets to see like the last little bit, maybe a bit of it turned or it's getting put together, and you don't get to see like all the work that goes into doing something like this. And there's other ways of doing it. I don't have a lot of fancy equipment, I imagine. Perhaps Rose engine lathe would do this really well. I know if I had set up gears and all that, made a jig to do it with oh, come on, Dave. Well, it'll come to me. I don't remember. I don't know why that word is the name of the tool is router. There we go. And then as you're advancing the router and it's riding on a linear gear, it'll turn the piece for you. I don't have one of those either. I mean, I have a router. I just don't have a jig like that. Someday I might build one if I'm doing a bunch of. I think I might do that if I'm building a bunch of furniture parts or whatever, balusters that require twists in them. But since I only do this every once in a while right now, or I have been. I'm not doing a ton of these yet.
Tree Ray said, "Hello, Billy."
Hey, how you doing, Tree Ray?
Tree Ray said, "What's happening?"
Well, I am doing. I had a wild thought in my head. I was cruising Instagram for the art and seeing other woodturners, what they're turning on. Other artists are doing ceramics, jewelry, all kinds of stuff. I just think it's all fascinating. And a couple of pieces gave me an idea to make a 5-part box: outer sleeve, inner sleeve, top, bottom, and a finial. And you can turn all the stuff and then just fit it all together, and it's done. And so what I'm doing is I'm taking one cylinder. I'm cutting in some spirals in it. I'll remove every other one, carving that away, and then hollow this out, and then this will slip inside, and it will have the same treatment I'm cutting the lines right now to establish my spirals, and then and then I'll just pick which ones to cut out, but it'll be every other one. And this will slip inside there, so we'll have two different spiral sets, but you'll be able to see through it. So it's kind of like a variation on 5-part boxes that I kind of designed, and you can find those videos on those. I honestly don't remember how far back it is, but it is on my YouTube. Past broadcast from Twitch. So right now I'm just doing all the prep work for projects. That's what takes the most time, is the carving, the getting things lined out. Most people don't get to see all the work that goes into something like this. So I thought it'd be fun, since I was going to be here and I'm going to be broadcasting anyway at my normal broadcasting time is 8 o'clock. Figured, hey man, since I'm here, let's just broadcast this part of it. And if anybody shows up, they'll get to see what kind of prep work this takes. As I said, the nice thing about these spirals is that it is actually a straight line. If you laid this cylinder flat, those lines would be straight, so I can cut it with a straight back saw. Without much trouble. I don't have to flex the saw or turn the saw any weird ways. I just got to keep the piece rotating so the saw cuts along the line. There's other ways to do this, but I don't have those tools or jigs, so just do it by hand. I don't do a ton of these. If I did, like I said, if I did a bunch of these, I would design a jig where I could just run a router or something across and have everything spin and turn as I'm moving, so I can just cut these with a router and take that time away. But I have not looked up for any plans for anything like that, because I just don't do a lot of these yet. This is how I learned how to do spirals, and it's very effective. Just takes a little bit more elbow grease. All right, so 2 more to go. That's why I'm not seeing that line on this side. I got no light there. Now, if I was just doing regular spirals without removing or making any holes, voids, this saw kerf would be the bottom of the valley between spirals. So I'm just creating a depth here right now. It's not like the depth that I need to make the spiral, because I'm going to hollow this out and then carve all that away anyway. So I'm just cutting in about 1/8 of an inch or so. That will give me a solid line that won't go away when I sand the outside of this piece. What I'm trying to do is not cut through these corners, because I want to roll those over to be able to fit them inside. When I hollow this out, I don't want this all to spring apart when I'm start carving those away. I don't want this all to spring apart. So I'm trying to leave this about, I don't know, maybe about 3/16 of an inch or so here that's not cut through. Didn't do so well with the other one, so I'll have to figure that out as I go. But This one, that plan seems to be working all right. And unfortunately, I'll have to wear a dust mask for quite a while because I'm going to carve all that stuff away. It's going to create a bunch of dust. But that's okay. Got to protect the lungs. All right, so that I think is pretty well done. Put this saw away. I think I'm gonna have to turn a better handle for that too. I don't know. Let me see. I didn't look at it to see if the bolster goes all the way. No, it doesn't. So this is just seated in the handle, and it looks like it's going to be a flat. So yeah, I think I'm going to turn a new handle for this saw. I don't like the one that came from the factory. It doesn't fit well in my hand. All right, mask first. And now I suppose I gotta drop the glasses too, so eye protection. But sawing that, didn't have to worry about that so much. Make sure all those pencil lines are gone. And this is sanded, so I don't have to worry about sanding it again, although I'll have to sand around these spirals, the edges of them, but I can get a strip of sandpaper and do it that way. That one's all set. Glad I took my tailstock apart. Had to clean the threads out for the quill, and it was just really, really difficult to turn that thing. And it was getting a little hung up anyway with the sawdust that was in it, so I cleaned it out, oiled it. Now it's working like a charm. Okay, so that bit is set now. Now I just need to drill them out. And until the dust is settled, I am wearing this mask. One of these days I'll get a dust removal system set up in a place where I can put the motor somewhere that doesn't make a lot of noise. I found over the years that I don't like a lot of noise, background noise, when I'm turning, because I want to hear what's happening with the wood while it's being worked on. Because I can tell you some things. Sometimes even tell you if that is getting ready to jump off the lathe. All right. Yeah, I'm going to drill that side. So I got tenons on both sides here. for the chuck because I may have to flip it to get all the way through.
Coffee Stream Bot said, visit Dave Life's co-fi page at https://co-fi.com/hi.
Alright, slow the lathe down. Let's get rid of the drive center. And things have settled down enough. I can take that mask off. All right, so this is already set and tightened down in my Jacobs chuck. I have to take my time because it's all end grain. Tool, the bit's going to heat up. But as long as it's spitting shavings out, I won't need to back off. Quit spewing shavings out, so I'll back off, pull those shavings out. I don't know, that might be, I may have to take the wall thickness down some. I don't know. And I'm reaching the end of the line for the quilt. Okay. Oh, cool. I thought it would fit a little bit anyway. Get the head of that thing going inside a little bit. Now I'll need to flip it around and drill through the other way. Let's see, how deep did I get here? Well, why don't you just drop that? Not quite halfway. Well, I could use an extender bit on this, but I think all I really need to do is extend that a little bit. Wrong way, Dave. Righty tighty. Not gonna give me a whole lot. All right, well, we'll just have to work with it. I suppose it's time to turn on the compressor again. So let's see, that is excuse me, not quite halfway, so I suppose I will have to use an extension. Good golly. Oh, I didn't check this bit to see. It's kind of dull in comparison to this one. But this might have been one of the 1.5 bits I needed to find earlier. Nope, 1 3/4. Oh, wait, maybe that's what I was looking for. Yeah, 1 3/4. Now I put a flat spot on the round shaft with my grinding wheel to have a flat spot for these little Allen grub screws to make contact. Good, now I can turn that off for a little while. Whoops, back here. Oh yeah, that'll get me all the way. Well, not all the way through, but well past halfway point. Oopsie daisy, not too far. All right. So, what's happening with you today, Ray? How's your day going, man? Okay, need the leverage. There we go. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, well past halfway mark, so drilling the other side will be easier. And try not to touch that because it is, or at least hold on to it anyway, because it's very warm. So I can put this guy back. There's my flat spot. Since this will be, I'm pretty sure, well, hand the other one, see. It's kind of dull. Needs some work. So go with this other guy. There's my flat spot. And we'll set that aside for a bit. Makes the hollering process a whole lot easier. That's faux show. But it also lets you, design 5-part boxes based on what Forstner bits you have. You don't have to buy, ooh, boy, man, is that warm. You don't have to buy, any special ones. I mean, you can make small boxes with these. Okay, we're gonna let that sit for a minute. Man, that's hot. Actually, I think I will go and dunk it. But these bad boys do heat up. Okay. Much better. Huh. Well, we've got a lull in the rain right now, which is been pretty much raining on and off. I mean, it's been pretty much raining fairly steady all day. Okay, so let's bring this guy back now that I can handle it. And I'll tighten this into place. Every time I see an anchor hole, I'll put the wrench in that and tighten all the way around, because there's 3 different jaws and they don't all tighten at the same. So I want this to be as stable and centered in the pieces in the holder as possible. So I tighten all the holes on drill presses, drills, everything. It's got that. Oh, I should check. Hey, we're running true. Guess we don't need to check. Well, one of my blades on this Forstner bit is dull. The other one's getting there. It's still spitting shavings out, but this one is just sawdust. It's all that's laying up in there is just sawdust. So time to sharpen that one. Hey, maybe I should be wearing a mask for this fine. So you know what? I'm going to rectify that. Because I can feel it getting into my sinuses, and that's not a good sign. Mask on, glasses on. It should be just about there. It sounds like it's about to break through. There it is. Take a look down there. Let's see. Oh, yeah, it's got that little plug is what's left. Can't get that dude out, but I can. There's a little bit of a ridge in there. I think where it broke loose, so I'm gonna run the Forstner bit in there to get that taken care of. Yep. So the bit wandered a bit. So the hole's not perfect, but that's okay. It's a lot of stuff to drill through. And I'll just need to clean that up, which, let's see. Yeah, that won't be so bad. Okay. So that's tube number one. I'll need to take just a little bit off the surface of that. That should fit right in there. It does there. Okay, so I'm just a little bit fat up here, so I can address that with the skew really quick. But I want to make sure it fits in there before I try to drill it. Wrong way, Dave. I'm hoping this will fit in the chuck. Come on now. Oh, yes. Okay. So I've got it right at like the best hold for a chuck. The jaws are almost closed completely. So that is the strongest hold for a chuck. How we look at. Okay, so I'll just take some material off there. And let's see, I can get this guy out of the way because that's quite an evil elbow poker. I would say that would hurt a little bit more than the point on a live center, but depends on how sharp the point on your live center is too, I guess. All right. Get that rest off that way. Now we need to take this guy out and get ready for this one. So that'll get me that far. I'll have just a little bit to drill from the other end. got to really, in this area anyway, really kind of shop around to find these extensions that aren't made just for a 1/4 inch shaft. That's a 3/8 inch shaft there, so finding these sometimes is a little difficult. I got to look. Well, I think I probably ordered that one online, but in any case, I don't want to, try to drill something super deep all one direction, because the drill bit, be it a Forstner bit or standard drill bit, whatever, even with a brad point, it'll start off really nice, but it'll wander a little bit because it's going to follow the path of least resistance, wherever that is in the wood. So I don't want to get a really super long extension and like try to drill something all the way through, because it's always going to be a little bit off center from the other side. And sometimes that can leave you with a really thin wall on your other end, and that's not a good thing. All right, moving that guy away. And I guess I don't need to wear that for a second. All right, so let's move that out of the way. And live center, come on down. I could do it without, but since I've got it, let's do it. Where are you? There you are. Well, actually, I could get away with, but I'll stick with this. I could get away with a shorter tool rest. We'll just run with this. That's not you. I don't think that's you either. This must be you. Well, I'm running at the slow speed, but it doesn't really matter. I just got to advance the tool only as fast as it can cut. It doesn't matter what speed I'm running at. Right now, I just want to make sure it's going to fit. And then I'm going to wind up sanding that whole surface again anyway. All right, I need to remove the live center. Will she go? Okay, there's that little hiccup there. How far off is it? Oh, it's not bad. It's just that little bit of, well, let's see if I can clear that out right now. Let's see. How about, wrong drawer. How's about a little bit of this action? Let's see, which side do I want to come from? This side. Then I'll switch to, let's see, looks like it'd be better off if I do this guy. Yeah. So got most of the fluff out of there. Let me get just a little bit more. Everything's got to fit right. And I could do a little bit more right there, right? go. How much are we missing it by? Let's see. All right, just a little bit. So I got a little bit of work to do here. Since the bit wandered, I've got a little bit of material removal I got to do. So we'll bring up that dude and that dude.
Paranoid Squatch.
Hey,
Watch a building?
hey, man, how's it going? I'm playing around with an idea, a variation on my 5-part box, which you can find the videos for that. I've done a couple of videos on a 5-part box on the YouTube channel since I recorded it. But I had an idea for a variation on that. And so what I'm doing is I'm working on nesting. Nope. 2 spirals. I'm already got my lines cut here. I got to get rid of every other spiral, cut it all the way through so that it's open. And the same thing on this, they'll slide together and you'll have the spirals once they're, sanded and shaped and all that. One inside the other, and this will be the base or the column for a stand I'm making for an actual piece that I want to turn. So I'm working on the stand first, and then I can, if there's any kind of weird issues, I can adjust on the actual piece so that it will fit together properly. But this stuff has to fit together. So I'm looking for, there we are, where the drill bit wandered, and I'm using this rasp to open that up a little bit so that the leading edge here, that corner, can slide by. Yep, on this one it sure does. I don't know if that got much done. Let's see. A little bit. Let's see. Grabby. Where's my, what? I don't have a glove handy, so we'll just take this. Although, wait, do I have? Oh, I've got a handle. If I can find it. I've got a handle around here somewhere. Oh, well, this one will do. Yeah, that one will do for now. So we'll set this handle. That'll be good enough. I always thought that was weird, setting axe handles and tool handles like this. You get it snug and then you smack the wood, and the mass of this is less than the mass of this, so it actually drives it down, but you don't have to hold the metal against anything and risk breakage or damaging an edge or whatever. I just think physics is pretty cool, I guess. And this way, I'm not getting my thumb pad chewed up by this rasp. So just making the adjustments to make sure that fits. One of the main reasons is because these both will be fairly thin wall. I'm actually going to take this down a little bit more in diameter. I want it a little bit
Open
thinner.
bot. Say, visit Dave Life's co-fi page at
And
https://
trying to slide them together, if they don't fit well, might make them break, because that's all it's going to be supporting it is these spirals of wood. And since it's in spindle orientation, any weird twist will just snap that grain right off. So I want to make sure that everything fits properly so that I don't run that risk when I'm putting it together, or at least I lessen it. Who knows? I've been known to be a clumsy dude sometimes. If you ask my daughter, it's all the time. But she inherited it, and I think that she is worse off than I am. Okay, it's right there. It's a little tight. And of course, I can sand the inside of this once I have the spaces opened up, and I can get, my fingers, or just wrap sandpaper around it to sand it. So any weird marks, which I'm not really seeing, but any weird marks, okay, right there, made by the rasp, will be sanded away. But that's not really making any right now. I want it to fit together just right. Let's see, right there. And just a little bit more off here, I think will seal the deal. But anyway, I wanted to work on some projects, and so I figured, hell, I'm going to be streaming at 8 o'clock anyway. I'll just throw it all on. This is the stuff that most people don't get to see, all the prep work that goes into, that is the fit I want. Okay, cool. That goes into doing stuff like this. There's a lot of work to it. Behind the scenes, so to speak. And I'm hoping this gives people a little bit better appreciation of, what it takes to get to these wonderful pieces that artists make. I'm not the only one that it takes time to do. It's every artist, and it is unfortunate.
Fluttering Register G. Say, cheap combining reverse
My
comma
first,
viewers on stream.
that was quick, man. I don't know how long I've been streaming, I guess, but my first spam bot of the day. All right, mask on. I'm going to sand the outside of this guy again, because I had to take some material away. It's a really nice surface, but it doesn't match this one. It doesn't match this one now, or this half of it. Actually, you can probably see the shine, the varnish I got off the tool for that half, because that's what I had to remove material on. There's nothing there. That was just a sanded surface. So they got to kind of match. Whatever finish I use. Say, for instance, the finish would penetrate differently on both halves. Like the burnished piece would not accept stain as readily as this, or whatever finish. So we want to make sure that it's able to absorb whatever finish evenly all the way across surface. If the whole piece was burnished, if I had taken that off the tool, I wouldn't have sanded it. All that would still accept at the same rate, but it would look different if the surface, half of the surface, was burnished and the other half not. And I see no tool marks. I guess I should grab my saw again, because I did actually have to take a little material off here. I can remove the mask. Yay. So, grab the saw again. Next time I do one of these, I think what I'll do is I will alternate the spirals, have them go in different directions. That I'm sure would be an interesting effect too. Not that this is going to spin inside the larger cylinder or anything. It's going to be a static element, but the spirals go the same direction on both. And what I wanted was like a depth. Depth perception, playing with depth perception a little bit, I guess. But next time, if I have the alternating spirals, that might show up, exposed like diamond shapes when you look through it. This will be still that same spiral shape since they're going the same direction. Okay, so I'm that far. Now I can bore that out. And that should all fit right in there. Okay, cool. Thinkity think. Nope, I'll just bore it out. Let's see that we're running true here. Yep, we are running true. I'm not at the slowest speed on the way, but now I am. Well, I swear that looks a lot thinner than I want it to. Where did I put my camera? There we are. So that is just shy, a 32nd shy of 2 inches. This is supposed to be 1 3/4 inches. It looks like it's probably 1 7/8 inches. But it reads 1 3/4 inches. So I have 1/8 of an inch wall thickness there. You know what? I think I'm going to look for either 1 5/8 or 1 1/2. Let me see what I got in the drawer. If this is all I got to work with, then this is what I'll do. But I want a little bit thicker wall. It is ash, but but I'm going to be drilling through it along the spindle, so all in the end grain. And if anything splits, that piece is toast. Okay, what do we got here? That is 1 5/8 inches. You know what? Okay, do I have 1 1/2 inches? You were a 40 millimeter, so you're a shade over. All right, I'll take you. Come on. Go, 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 go. There. My hands are not working. What the heck? Let's back this guy out. Take that guy out. Actually, I don't need to do all that. I just need to do that. And I'll start with this guy. Uh-oh. Ooh, boy, am I glad that I keep this attached to a magnet. I pulled that grub screw all the way out, man. That was not intentional. But at least the tool held onto it. That was lucky. Alright, so I'm not sure which one I'm going to go with yet, but let's try the larger diameter. I'm not going to go in very far, but it will give me exact idea of what the wall thickness is. And if I start with the smaller one first, that brad point on this one might not line up because, well, it most likely will not line up with the original hole. Because the Forstner bit that I'm using now is a little bit wider. So I'm going with the wider one first, and I know this one will line up right on the center that that the other one made. So hopefully save a little bit of headache. You know? Huh. That might be okay. The carving would be a lot faster. But hey, let's put the other one in and go in just a wee bit there. I know this one will now line up on that shoulder, so even if the center part is too far away for the brad point, those walls will hold the Forstner bit in place until it starts getting further down in. So I can make a little bit. Oops, it doesn't reach that far. Now it's deep enough. 2 grub screws. Let's get them tight. Ooh. This one does not like the end grain. That does not like the end grain. And that is definitely a sharper bit, but these little scribers here are bouncing off. The end grain. So we'll not be going with this guy. It's an excellent Forstner bit for side grain. It really is, but in this case, not so much. There we go. So put these two away so they don't disappear into the shavings. Might be a little hard to find later. And I think I better put my mask on for this one too. But that is a wall thickness I can work with. It'll be nice. I thought maybe I should go a little bit thicker, but this one will be fine. Let's see, let's back that off to there. So this one got one dull edge also, so grabbing the mast was a good call. Yeah, thought that might happen. It is a Morse taper nonetheless. So they can definitely spin out. All right. Let's see. that's hot. So we'll get it in. Yes. So I have, maybe an inch to go. Let's see. Can I wrangle that out of this? First things first, I'm going to go douse this bit. Because it is good and hot. Be right back. Yeah, so that's hot too. Alrighty then. It's just a lot of material to drill through. Alright. So let's see, I could get maybe a half an inch there. Not willing to risk it. There's my flat spot. Okay, so now I can put this guy away. Make sure that it is dry. Sit you right there. Okie dokie then. I suspected we wouldn't be running through. I had not intended to put a dovetail on this end. Now it's running true. So I'm not trying to tighten it too much because that's hollow now. And it's about 3/16 of an inch wall thickness. and I have all these kerfs cut in it. I want to crush it, but I do need enough of a hole that it will not spin when the drill bit's trying to move through. Unfortunately, I don't have to go very far, very deep. Wandering a little bit. I think it broke through there. Let's see. Not quite. Almost. I think that might be getting in the way. There we go. There we are. Broke through. So now I see I've got a couple of Forstner bits I need to sharpen it. Okay. And I'm pretty sure we're done with that, but cool. Just a little bit of cleanup there too because the drill bit wandered. But these files will take care of that, I do believe. Start with this guy. Sure enough, there we go. Ay, ay, ay. Oh boy. A little warm. I didn't think we'd warm up that fast. Didn't have much to cut through. Okay, let's see. Let's put this stuff away. Set you there to cool down. Okay, let's see. I think
Coffee stream bot. Say.
I'm going to try this file to get some of that burn mark out of there.
Question. Graph equals Twitch.
Is that working? Yeah, it's working. I think I can, well, actually, I don't know. I may scorch this. I'm not sure. You can see where the drill bit wandered. I got a little bit of a thinner wall there than I do here, but fortunately, I didn't have to go very far. This side's fine. And it's not much of a difference. We're talking like on this dovetail, you know, it looks really, really thin, but we have to take into account that whole wall thickness because that dovetail is going to disappear. But it's still just a slight bit thinner on that side. Oh well. Everything fits together. That's what the deal is all about. Let's see. So now when I slip that inside of there, cool. Now let's grab the carving stuff and start making some holes. This is the part where I'm going to wear earplugs too, man. Although the unit's not that loud, but I imagine it will probably echo. And you know what? I am going to add some support to this dude with a tennis ball. There. Okay, let's see. Let's mark some stuff here. How do I want this to go? I think, let's see if I leave that one, take this one, leave that one, take this one, that one, and take this one. Then I'll get, yeah, that'll work. All right, so this one's gonna go, this one's gonna go, this one's gonna go, and this one's gonna go, and let's mark that at the center line. There, there, there. Oh, I love how that works out. Let me guess, this one's gonna be the next one. Yes, all right. One, two, skip a few. 99, 100. Okay, so I just need to remove those. Let's take a look at this feller. Same concept, but not as wide. All right, so if I take this one, this one, this one, how's it gonna look? I'll have just a little bit here. I'd really rather have it there. All right. Not really talking to anybody in particular other than like what's going on in my head, what I'm seeing, talking to myself, my tools. Talk myself through a process. There's that one. That one. And that will leave me two-tone color there and on the other side, rather than a really short squatty bit. So, let's see. Halfway point would be here. Although I bet if I put it here, well, it doesn't matter. And then that guy. And then on this end, it will be the same thing. I'll have some nice two-tone color there and just a little squatty bit there, but that's all right. Okay. Time to go and get the carving device. Wait though, hold on. Before I do that, I do recall saying I thought that I would like to take the outside diameter down a bit. Kind of like, yeah, I think I want to take it all the way down to that. So what I just did is all going to be undone, but that's okay. Let me think. Wait a minute. I can give this guy some shape, actually. I have plenty of room to work with. But I don't think it would be really... All right, so I'm thinking that I might give this outer cylinder maybe a little shape. And I'm going to flip this guy around because I think it's running true better on this end. Yep. Okay, so what kind of shape do I want to give to this guy? Throw some curves in there. Okay. I will take... What have I got here? I'm going to use the whole thing. I have no idea. So 6, it was 8 inches, right? Yeah. So that would be 3/16, about 2, somewhere in there. Oops, pencil. Who hid the pencil? Alright. Oh, that's quite a bit more than that. That is actually 7. 7/16. 7/16, which leaves me that much, so I can have... Okay. Alright, so I can add about a 1/4 inch to each one of these. So that'll be a 1/4. That'll be a 1/2 inch. And then that should match the 3/4. Yep. I like to work with golden mean, the golden rectangle, 2/3, 1/3, or 2/5, 3/5 rule when I'm kind of laying things out, because it makes it, the shape when you're designing it that way, makes it a little bit more pleasing to the eye. And if you do things properly, you have um, uh, lines that flow together, rather than looking like, here's a nice curve, here's a nice curve, there's something going on in the middle that doesn't really tie the two together. We want to have that continuity of shape, but I want to base it on, the golden mean. So I think if I slightly curve this in, and then probably maybe slightly curve the bottom, so give that kind of a ovalish shape, I think that might look pretty good. So I'm gonna go for it. And it will give the spirals a little bit, a little bit more effect, so to speak, since I'll be following a curve. I think that'll be, that might be also very groovy. I can't make it super thin, but I can give it, I still have enough material here that taking this down in the center, making a cove, a long, shallow cove, I won't be, I've got enough material that I won't break through. I don't have to concern myself with that too much. So just hone up my skew. What time are we looking at? Oh, so I got an hour until actual broadcast time. Grabs that way, but not that way. I got a little bit of a burr there. And it's on that side. So just honing up my skew. I carry these diamond cards around, partially because I don't always have a grinder, or some kind of a grinding station set up at where I might be doing a demo. So I put a really good edge, bevel, whatever, all that on my tools, and then the ones that I can, I'll use if I don't have access to a grinder when I'm doing a demo, like with
Just
my skew.
Galatone said,
I'll hone it.
grinding up some ramp salt. Foraging processing night instead of turning. TC Shmuel lent me a Tommy jaw chuck, and I used it to make a gorgeous walnut yarn pool for my eldest sister who crochets.
Oh, very, very cool. So one with a little curly cue to pull the yarn through. I'm assuming, because I don't recognize the handle there. I'm gonna assume that you are Joe. Sorry, I don't recognize your handle, but ramp salt. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
Just
yes,
Galatone
yeah.
said, this was formerly the Michigan
Viking,
Viking.
right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. When I read it again, and ramp salt. Oh yeah, yeah. I know who you are. Very cool, man. So did you make your own? Oh man, I should mark that. Did you make your own like mortar and pestle? How are you grinding that up? I just actually I removed some stinging nettles from a friend of mine's garden, And she told me, you can eat those, right? I'm like, yeah, right. And you're pulling my leg. She goes, no, look it up online. You can eat them. I'm like, okay.
Just Galatoning said, main change recently as I move forward with knowing myself better.
That's awesome. Very, very cool. So I had cooked and eaten some nettles last 2 days, and they're really nice. I was surprised actually that they have the sweetness to them.
Now I can just make it.
Oh, very, very cool. It's I'm getting kind of a chuckle. One of the reasons why I didn't recognize it is the way that this speech to chat chatbot is pronouncing your handle. It's pronouncing it as just Jow Woodturning and not just Joe Woodturning, which I've it's kind of amusing. Skew is lovely for this kind of work. Let's see, I think I can probably take in even a little bit more. I really haven't taken that much off. Just not even an eighth of an inch, so I can definitely take it in more. There we go. So my saw curves were deep enough anyway, so that's a bonus. That's interesting. I'm not sure what's happening there. Oh, I've got some beetle damage to this pine. Okay, so apparently I've got some beetle traction in parts of this anyway. That's a beetle hole, beetle gallery, whatever you want to call it. So that might be what that's going on there. Okay, so that should be about an eighth of an inch. I'm going to take it down a little bit more. You want some really good practice with a skew. Turn pine. Turn a bunch of pine, because that'll tell you, really give you some good practice. That is a really good surface left behind. I don't have to do, I'm going to hit it with abrasive regardless,
Just
because this has
Galatoning
to match
said,
that.
JK, salt is not dried yet.
Back
Back on the
on,
dryer
there
it
it goes.
goes.
Yeah. I do like the whole idea is, yeah, I don't have to buy this. I can do it myself. Yeah. Yeah. That is definitely groovy. All right, I'm going to back this up. I want to check
Just
out.
Galatoning said, ladies,
No. I was going through, as I was explaining, Try Ray earlier. Um, I was going on Instagram and looking at other artists, woodturners, ceramics, metalworkers, just looking at it because I like looking at it and like watching people make things. I think it's cool. It's very, very definitely where some of my interests lie, and kind of helps me learn anyway because I don't mind watching people turn. I appreciate the opportunities I get to talk to them and find out what their process is, what they're maybe not necessarily what they're kind of thinking, but yeah, maybe kind of what they're thinking. Which is why I try to explain why I'm doing the things that I'm doing as I'm going along. Um, but this is a variation on the 5-part box idea that I came up with. So these two cylinders, which I've hollowed out, used a Forstner bit to hollow those out, but I laid all these spirals out first and then cut them with a saw. I'll have to go over these again because I'm getting to the bottom of the curve. Um, and I do want to measure that. I think I got a good quarter of an inch there still. Um, so this is actually the column for a base for a piece that I am considering doing that kind of incorporates spirals and all that kind of stuff in it. So I wanted these to be able to fit together. So when every other one of these is cut out, you'll see every one of these cut out as well, and you'll have a neat depth effect looking through the piece, through the column itself. And then the base will be a cap, and then the platform will be a cap, whatever I use as a platform. But there's just an idea. After seeing a few things, like, oh man, I got to try something like that. So I started laying it out, and then I realized, I got to stream in a couple of hours, so why don't I just turn the damn thing on now and go for it? Because not many people get to see like all of the steps and things that you go through when you're
Just jotted to
coming
me,
up with a
said,
piece or designing a
"Gotcha.
piece.
Look forward to seeing it develop."
Thank you. Me too. Definitely me too. All right, so let's see. So you can see I've got that line. I haven't touched that line. I want to leave that because this is 2/3, 1/3. I want to leave that line and not get rid of it, so I know what area I can work in. And now I'm just adjusting the curve and where the center of that curve is because I want it to be right about there. So I'm just a little bit away from that. But I'm really close right now. I'm going to take one more pass. Well, here, let's just do this. Jeez. Yeah, so I got to move it down just a little bit here. Or do I? No, that would be 7/16. Nope, that's the spot right there. So I'm on it. So I'll just clean this part up a little bit and this part up a little bit. I see got a bit going on right there. Speed the lathe up for this part. Oops. I wanted to push the point of the tool into the wood before I was ready to start, so I had to clean that off. So that changed my finish diameter now. So 2 7/16. Okay. Quite right. Let's see if I can get the come from this side. There we go. And that should be right there. And it is. So I will let's see, most likely I'm going to make that end a little bit rounded once I get this turned around in the chuck. And since I can provide support with a tennis ball, I know I can make the cutout here this far away from the headstock. All right. First of all, let's go to that. No, let's not go to that. Let's go to that. All right, so I've taken away not quite half of the wall thickness. So I'm going to take it down just a little bit more. I want to be able to get a nice rounded end on this guy, I think. I'm not totally sure about this yet, but I do want the definition, that you be able to see the definition a little bit better. So I'm going to take that down some. And hey, man, this is makerspace, right? So it's okay if I talk about my process and how I go about things. Everybody has a slightly different process. Well, I don't know. Okay, maybe slightly different isn't the right word. Everybody's got a different process. And it was just interesting to me, anyway, to be able to see what that process is. Okay, I'm right there. I need to come back here. And that should be right about there. I'll come back a little bit more. I think pine responds pretty well to a sharp skew. I highly recommend practicing with pine too, because it's less expensive, and if something goes awry, it's a piece of pine, and while it's still good wood, it's not going to break your bank. But definitely, you will get down, at least in theory, you'll get your skew skills down pretty well turning a bunch of pine, because pine definitely responds differently than hardwoods, or any softwood either, really, I guess. But pine's a good one because it's readily available, and not really all that expensive. Okay, before I turn this around, I want to sand this. Before I do that, though,
Paranoid Squatch said, I like cheap. And with the ice storms this winter, so much down timber everywhere.
Oh yeah, for sure. In fact, I just had. Let's see, I'm looking for a saw. I just had my neighbor is expanding expanding his property. That's not the right thing to say. He is removing a bunch of trees to make room for a drive path and a little bit of a yard, and a lot of large older conifers. And so, if you're in a turner and you're in Traverse City, there's actually some good sized logs if you want to get some pine to turn. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, right? Perfectly good sawdust material. Oh, golly, excuse me. A little bit of a water break here. A little hitch in my throat. Not just sawdust making material, shavings making material. Oh, another thing too, man. If you're gonna do this with pine, it'll also teach you keep your tools sharp. There's a beetle hole right there. So I wasn't just saying things.
Visit Dave Black's OSI page now. https://co-fi.com/HIIMDAVE ?
So you see in chat, I have a donation page on coffee.com. And I set that donation page up before I became an affiliate with Twitch to accept donations for those who are willing to support or want to support this broadcast. All donations will, and I need to update. I need to put in another camera on there, but I'm asking for donations for specific items to help improve the channel. You can always go to the coffee page and check out what those items are, and then we'll update that this evening. But if you would like to make a subscription to this channel, that's I can't remember. I think I get what 70% of that. I don't know. Can't remember exactly. I'll have to look. And I'm hoping to get enough subscriptions that I can kind of tone down the advertising on this channel. I really appreciate the support, and I appreciate people hanging around with all that stuff playing.
Amazon Prime members can also get a free sub with that accounts.
I'll have to read that again because the bot read it kind of weird, but it sounded like a free subscription. Amazon members can get a free sub. Oh, okay. All right. That's cool. I'm not an Amazon member, but that's cool. I can pass that along. I appreciate that. Hang on one moment. So anyway, lots of green pine next door, across the street. I gotta sand that, so that means a mask and some abrasive. And then I'm gonna flip it around and shape that a little bit. I'm not sure what I'm doing with these tenons yet, so I'm leaving them. I gotta have them hold on to it anyway. But when I flip it around is when I'll work the other side. I don't want to be too close to the chuck when I'm working with tools or body parts being too close to it. And being able to get around that corner, I'm going to need it flipped. So I'm going to sand this first, then I can flip it. Rescored the lines as you saw, so there we are. Also, no, students and military vets get a discount on Amazon Prime, Paranoid Squad says. I didn't know that we as vets get a discount on Amazon Prime. I had no idea. I don't know that I want. I don't know, man. I don't know that I want. Maybe I do. But it's just another bill to pay, right? Something to remember. Oh yeah, I gotta pay that. That's nice and smooth. And it's just enough of a subtle curve. I'm liking that. Yeah, so that's about, it's a little bit thicker. Rather, the cove is not quite half the thickness of the piece itself, but it's enough. I could go, I could go that far. I could even go all the way to the inside wall if I wanted to, but it would make it really weak. But I just want some definition. That's all I want. And working with this thin walled piece, that's what I'm getting. All right, how am I going to pull this off? Let's see. Let's see. That's kind of like a running joke. I don't know, a joke, but not a joke. Too, people ask me like, "What's your favorite wood to turn?" Free wood. That's my favorite wood to turn. I don't know that I really have an answer for that other than that. I know there's woods I'd rather not turn, or at least not turn seasoned. Like oak, I'd rather turn green than seasoned. I've done both. I mean, I've turned oak furniture parts, chair parts, stuff like that. But I mean, like a vase, a hollow form, something like that. I'd much rather turn those green. All right, that's running true enough, so that makes me happy. So now, oh, I got rid of the line. That's right. I remember what my measurements are. Did I get rid of the pencil marks, though? That's not a pencil mark, is it? Shouldn't be.
Paranoid Squatch
Nope.
said, I will have some chunky crab apple for ya at some point when we cut it off the tree, and I will likely have some maple too.
Yeah. I still need to. I don't know when you're gonna do that, but let me know, and I'll, give me a couple of days notice or whatever, and I'll come out and help you out with that. And then if there's stuff worth turning, I'll make sure we have that set aside too for when you start learning to turn. Okay, so I needed 7/16. That's this right here. 2 and 7/16. So that's got to be the top of my curve.
Paranoid Squatch said, if we can wait to cut until closer to winter, might be better for the tree, but I'm not an arborist, so not sure how all of that works.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I didn't think about that. Yeah. Right now the sap is running. I mean, you're still going to have to trim it, and then those branches that are broken, and then seal the ends with whatever tree sealant you want to use. You got to at least do that. But as far as cutting, any larger limbs that may need to come off, you're probably best to wait till later in the year, towards fall, where the sap isn't running up, or in the winter. Although winter around here, I guess that's kind of dicey. Is it winter? I don't know. I think so. What month is it? Yep, still winter. Because winter takes forever here, man. Although probably not as much as Canada. Okay, so grab the skew again. You know what? I just had a thought. I'm probably going to need, excuse me, to take this tenon down a little bit so that I can get that definition and not lose the shoulder here in case I need to put it in the chuck again, which most likely I will need to do anyway, because eventually part of what I set up here is these tenons. I'm not going to get rid of them. They're what's going to fit into the base and into the platform for the stand. So right now they're dovetailed. I'll have to take them down to square 90, but I need to leave myself this timber. So there's. I'm still wearing a mask too, by the way, but I'm quickly going through the sand and not sand and. See what that leaves me. I don't want to make it too skinny or thin in diameter either, because the chuck jaws will be in compression mode. Oh yeah, that'll be fine. And squeezing things together. So even though it's a cylinder, you can only keep the wall so thin before pressure to the jaws might snap it. Okay, so that's good news. Let's see. I want something along those lines, but a broader shape. Actually, I should draw this line a little bit better. That should be enough. Yep. Don't be afraid to back out of your cut if it's not going well. If you get out of the cut, whatever, if it starts being jumpy, pull back off the cut and start it over. Don't be afraid to do that. Save yourself some heartache in the future. Let's see. Yeah, I can't do a lot here. That's I can go a little bit more. So let me do. Yeah, that doesn't make me happy. That was a. That hasn't happened in a really long time. Getting a spiral catch like that. Hey, Chihuahua. That's right, I still have material I can work with. Dag nabbit, that is a bummer. Groovy, I got it. All right. And it's still do a little work right there. Nice, slow. I'm going to take off a little bit more than I really want it to. I'm going to let the tool skate around a bit. But it's a very long and they're fairly even. So that's what I was after. Long, smooth, fairly even curve. Good enough. Nope. I need a little bit more of a shoulder than you want. There we go. Just in case I need to put it back in the chuck. So let's sand that, and then I can get rid of this mask. For a while. Okay. Get that guy out of the way. Okay, nice. All right, so let me save myself some trouble here. At least I hope. And once all that dust calms down, I can take off this mask. I need that guy and this guy. Okay, so let's see. That looks like the furthest one in. It is. Okay, so I'm going to draw myself a line here. Not real heavy. Because I really need to redo these curves, but I want to leave a ring down here so the things don't just spring apart. I mean, that tenon is still going to be there, but I just don't want it to spring apart. So let's get, I put that away, I did. Been working on my habit of putting my tools away when I'm, sorry, one second. When I'm done with them. Partially is the reason is because I get crowded up here on the lathe, and vibration tends to make things dive off for the shavings, which is why I leave shavings on the other side of the lathe, so when things do eventually fall off, they're falling into shavings, not on the concrete. But sometimes it makes a little bit more work. I guess that's probably part of that is planning. I'll put the tool away, and then I'll have to go back and get it. But at least, you know, I know where it's going to be. And besides, is that a terrible habit? I mean, I'm trying to build it. I hate not being. I hate is such a strong word. I very much dislike having to search for my tools. Because I used it once and then like didn't put it back or whatever, you know, some silly thing. Laid it down on the table, and then that got covered up by a letter or newspaper or something, and it's gone for a while. Or it rolls off the table and under the chair and out into the garden and under a bush. How does that song go? Next thing I know, the meatball was mush. And it hides somewhere on you, stuff like that. So it's just a habit I'm really trying to keep going. Let's see. I think I am at now the point where I swear that looks. Oh, that must be. That must be like the very top of a Beetle track. It's a straight line, and I mean you find those in tree anyway. They're just going across the grain or obliquely to the grain. These features. It just looks like a pencil line when I'm rolling it around. I'm like, dang it, I thought I got that off, but there's a beetle hole right there that goes this direction. There's one right there. They're around here. Now, I just left myself a pencil mark. Wasn't that nice? Okay, so now it's time to do some carving. What time are we looking at? Yeah, might as well make this part of the broadcast this evening. What the heck? I got rid of all of the...
Paranoid Squatch. Say, I have a really bad habit of that. Nothing here has organization. I'm almost at a point I need to hire someone to organize my world and teach me to keep it that way.
Right. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. My whole shop's not like that. I mean, I'm trying. I'm working at it. But I do find that it makes more than one trip when I'm looking for tools, which is, it's not a bad or a good thing. It's just a thing. It's just an observation. But at least the tool is where I expect to find it, and I didn't mislay it somewhere. All right, so I need my. Let's take the shorter scribble stick. I wanted. Let's see if I get rid of that one and that one. Then that would be that one too.
Paranoid Squatch. Say, Burn Toast Theory. Good or bad, I don't know yet.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so I'll take these away. Let's get rid of that one. That one. That one. Which means that one. Nope. That one. Okay, halfway mark is right here. So that means that's going to be the next one. Nope. This one. So it's going to be that one, right? Yes, right? Well, I haven't marked that one yet. Let's do that now. And I can mark that one, and that one, and that one, perhaps. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. So I don't lose my way. That one I didn't need. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I didn't lose my way. All right, cool. So now I'm going to go grab the carving and burning unit, and we'll carve these away. This one's set. I don't need a shape for this one because it's a sleeve that fits right in. And I'm toying around with the idea of actually creating a resin cast to fill in here, but putting a light in it. Although, I don't know, I think, I mean, on one hand, with open spaces in the column, it will be a place that will perpetually catch dust, but it's going to perpetually catch dust anyway. How do I want it to look is the point. And then I have to add the wiring and stuff, which is not that big a deal. So I'm kind of playing around with that idea. Anyway, we're just going to carve these. That will be that part done. And then I've got to design a base and a platform for it, for the piece that I want to turn. So let's get to it. Put that pencil away. do I really need the support here? Let's see. I can lean on it. It's not going to pull it out. Okay, cool. Then I don't really need the support. Then I can move this out of the way and make more room for the carving in it. Goodbye, elbow poker guy. Yeah, that'll be a thin tenon, but that's okay. This will also be part of that once that's fit in there. And I pushed it in too far, but that's okay. Can he get it back out? There's just a little bitty snug spot. Right in there. But not enough to like really deform the piece. And let's see, I want to check my grain here. That's the way I want it to go. Well, look at that. Okay, so it's this guy that has just a little bit of a bulge there. That goes in and out. Easy. All right, so the grain's lined up as far as the direction that it appears to be growing. And now it's time to go and grab. Let's see, put that guy away, move that over, get rid of this, and move that. Actually, move that to the back. Put this away. All right, be right back, folks. What drawer do I want this in? How about that one? I would love to be able to play some music. I tried to get that started on Slipstream. I've had my mic turned off because I'm having to move furniture to get to the power cord and whatnot, but I wanted to have music playing in the background for that, but the website's not working today. All right. Let's see, set those right there. And I've got the overhead light, so I don't need this guy for a while.
Copy stream bot said visit Dave Life's co-fi page at https://co-fi.com/HIIMDAVE question ref equals Twitch.
Had this set up in another room, so I had to crawl under a table to where I had snaked the power cord to a few months back. This is a fairly quiet unit. Prescribed burn. I don't get any kickbacks or anything by calling out the manufacturers or names of the tools at this point in my career yet. So I'm not trying to sell these. This is the main unit that I use. I will use my Dremel when I need more power, more torque. But this little unit has got, and this came from Jack Vessery. And this unit has a Dremel on one side and then a burner on the other, so I can carve with the burner or do burning work in the wood, wood burning, so to speak, I guess is what they call it. But I use this unit a lot. It's very, very, very handy. I got to take a class with Jack Vessery at Aramont. Oh, good, I do have that. And it was a great experience. I guess the guy, I mean, he's got an art degree, and anyway, he's a wood artist himself. It makes him really, really awesome pieces, and he helps run a non-profit gallery focused on military veteran artists out of Damariscotta, Maine. But just a really great guy, Navy veteran. Anyway, I got this unit from there, and it's like I use this more than I use my Dremel. I used to use my Dremel all the time, but also it's louder, and using a Dremel indoors for me was sort of almost a non-starter, I guess. But this is fairly quiet. The motor's actually in here, and that's what it sounds like. So it's very easy to deal with. I still will wear earplugs with it because it is a constant a constant noise. And I need to grab those. Here they are. And I already have hearing issues from the military, so trying to protect what I got. But it's nowhere near the noise level of a Dremel. So for indoor work, this is a great unit. So far, I have not set off the fire alarm in the duplex using the burning tool, but I do have the fans going on, the windows open, and I've got one fire alarm in the in the kitchen that goes off when the toaster scorches the bread. I don't know if this is the bit I'm going to use. No, Dave. No, do not touch that. Take this out. Okay, now it won't start no matter how many times I grab it. Well, I don't want that spinning. Okay. I got a few minutes before. I think I will use this one. That's working out pretty nice. I found some. I've seen some videos on YouTube of people doing wood carving, like I'm assuming India. They look like Eastern Indians, and they're working with cutters like this. And I was like, damn, man, where do you find those? I found to get them online because they're engraving bits. Not normal wood carving. I mean, they're wood carving, but they're more engraving, and you can do some really nice, make some really nice cuts and edges and stuff with them there. But I had to find them online because none of this stuff, like engraving stuff, is carried by the box stores or whatever. It's just grinder bits. See if I can open this the right direction. Like that, stuff like that. You can find anywhere, or even diamond bits. That's not a diamond bit, but even diamond coated bits, pretty much all over the place. But engraving tools, I've been looking for something like this for forever and didn't know what exactly I was looking for, uh, because it was hard for me to describe something different than that. Well, that's a diamond coated tool, but I have the fluted cutters like this that are that small, but they don't cut so well because they're round,
Paranoid Squatch
and
said,
these
some
bits
criminal kids
are
have engraved, but you
are two
probably found
sided,
a
so
good
the
find. Nice to have that variation
dust and stuff can
durability.
just get shot right out. Well, I hear what you're saying. Printed Squatch says some Dremel kits have engravers, but you probably found a good find. Nice to have the variety and durability. And yeah, they have bits that they call engraver bits, and they're more like the conical bit here, and that's a fluted cutter. They don't get like really super fine. This is one of the larger ones.
Paranoid Squatch said, deeper in tools.
So I did look at Dremel kits, buying a brand new Dremel, what comes with those kits. I looked around for quite a while. Finally saw somebody on Instagram, several somebodies on Instagram using these tools, these bits, and finally found, where did I put my mask? Finally found what they were called and was able to find them online.
Paranoid Squatch said, yes, they aren't engravers as much as deburn tips.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah. Well, that's like that conical one. It's basically that's its function. So I'm going to wear a mask for this because this is generating dust, and this is Douglas fir. I don't want to be breathing any dust in. I don't think I need. So this is one of the bigger carving bits, and it's a three-bladed type. It's a triangle, basically. That is an amazing cutter, but it's too big for what I want to do here. So I found them all in a kit. And as much as I hate to say it, found them on Amazon. That does look like I actually have. Oh, it's just at an angle. I was thinking, man, that looks like I have actually more timber. I could actually stop and go back to this and take it thinner, but that's about, I don't know, 3/16 of an inch right there. I'm going to leave that. I think it's about that time to take a pause. wait for the lag here. Groovy. All right. Start this off again. Hi, my name's Dave. I'm a woodturner. I love to teach it too. I started turning as therapy for PTSD. Found out I had a knack for it. Fell in love with it. Been running with it ever since, and now I'm on my on a journey to be an instructor of woodturning as well. So I started this channel to become a better teacher, better demonstrator, better turner because it's more practice. But also the students that I work with, the more that I reiterate those things that I've learned, the more it gets cemented in my own head. So again, it's a big circle. I want to help other turners become better turners, but they in turn, whether they maybe realize it or not, help me become better turners too. And they might also have techniques that I am unaware of, or ways to do things. I mean, I'm always willing to learn something. I don't know it all. I know like that much in the wood turning world. There's just so much to cover. Um, I like to explore a lot of things. There's sculpture, um, turning art, practical everyday objects, just whatever I can get, furniture parts, whatever I can get on the lathe because I'm fascinated by it. I really enjoy working with wood. So this is how I do it, and it's also my therapy. So being able to turn your daily therapy, into an income source is pretty amazing. So that's kind of the journey I'm on, and so I appreciate your support of this channel. Thank you for stopping by as well to even take a look. I have a lot of fun with it. I do. This is an educational and fun chat channel, so to speak. I mean, I'm actually working, doing things and attempting to teach what I'm doing. But the chat is always active. Any questions or comments or whatever will definitely come over the speakers that I have now installed, because I have speech chat, which means I don't have to stop what I'm doing every 30 seconds and try to read. It's if I can't understand what's coming out of the bot's digital voice, then I'll read the screen real quick, because sometimes it pronounces things a little weirdly. But anyway, I have started. I came up with an idea. If you can go back on my YouTube channel and find two. I think it was two videos. It might have been three. Might have been three, but I'm pretty sure it was two. 5-part box. And it was a design I came up with to try to make things like really simple. If you have really super simple tools, or very few tools, that you could still design a box, and it's all out of seasoned wood, dried wood, so that you turn and do the things all separately, but they all fit together, and you can assemble it at the very end, and everything will fit. Great, fine fit and finish. There's a cylinder, an internal cylinder, much like this guy, which I'm just sliding in. There's an internal cylinder to the box, which is the internal wall of the box, and you can decorate the outside, decorate, embellish, whatever the term is, any way you want. And then the outer part itself is what is cut open, in whatever shapes, spirals or just whatever shapes. And then the outside is embellished as well in whatever fashion. It could be something as simple as a wood finish, just to highlight the grain or whatever. Anyway, everything matches. Wood choices that you can make it out of scraps, any kind of scrap that you have handy, or that you happen to make if you're a flat boarder. I mean, I do flat work, but I know a little bit more about wood turning than I do about flat work. Not that I know that much. I'm always, like I say, I'm always trying to learn more. So that 5-part box, and looking at, I was going through Instagram today. I made a post, and then usually after I make a post, I'll do a little cruising around and look at other artists, other wood turners. There's quite a few that I follow, and I check their pages out, see what they're coming up with. And I just had, from the things that I've seen, it's not just wood turners, ceramics, Japanese artisans doing all kinds of things from making ink to making teapots. Uh, um, it runs a whole gamut, but they're all makers. And so I like to check out what they're doing. And looking at the day, it reminded me of my 5 part box, and like, okay, it kind of gave me an idea of how I could adapt that to like a stand. And so I started working on that now. And I actually started a little bit early, earlier than 8 o'clock. I can't remember what time I started, but and who knows? It might. Yeah, I don't think there's a timestamp on chat. Um, I don't recall exactly what time I started, but it was earlier than 8 o'clock. I figured, it would be fun to lay the thing out and start doing, the cuts and all the prep work, right, for a piece. And in this case, it's going to be a 4 part, and you could call it a box, so to speak, because this piece and this piece are this will fit inside, and the spirals will kind of offset. It's not a reverse spiral where you would get diamonds. It's more, I wanted more of a depth effect. So the spirals go the same direction, but they'll be just slightly turned off. So when you look through the piece, you get a little bit of depth. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with the center here. I'm thinking I might possibly create a resin cast with like an LED light in it or something,
Paranoid Squatch
to
said
turn it into
2 hours,
a
48
lit
minutes ago.
piece. Okay, groovy. So a little bit after 5 then. Thank you. Anyway, so this is an adaptation of that. What I could do with those little boxes, because those boxes are like 3, 4 inches high. You can just use a bunch of little scraps. I save all of my glue blocks, even if they're too short for the screws. I can always find a way to use some part of it, and it's already turned, right? And seasoned, in fact, so I can use it for a lid or something like that. Uh, so here we are. This will be the center column of the stand. The base will be down here, and then the platform for whatever, or for the piece that I'm thinking about, will be made there. Those have to be made separately. But it's along the lines of 5 part box where all 5 pieces are made separately, and then everything fits together. So here we go. Turn this camera back down. Wait for the leg to catch up. I think I could put this one, it's close to center. Let's go that way a little bit. More in the center of the open part of the screen. So really, I'm just carving. Chat is active, open. I haven't banned anybody. Haven't had a need to. The Woodturning, well, actually, the whole maker
Paranoid Squatch
community and
said,
on this
how much
channel
does
is
it cost
actually
for a good
really,
leg and tools?
really phenomenal people. I haven't had no issues with anybody other than the random um, chat bots that say get your free viewers or however many viewers for this price. Come to this website. It's like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, yeah. Paranoid Squatch asked, how much does it cost for a good lathe and tools? Well, that's entirely subjective. What you consider good. But you can find some really good deals on lathes, and my
Paranoid
advice
Squatch
is,
said, P.S. I am hard on the movement.
oh right, yeah. No, yeah. um, yeah, that might limit what your choices will be a little bit. There are some really good, solid tabletop, benchtop units out there it could be a starter lathe, and you're looking about. Last time I checked, I think somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 to 1800 bucks for one of those. Which is wild because this jet lathe, is a 1442 with extended bed that I got for it, cost me when I got this in 2015, it cost like 2,700 bucks, and buying a new lathe now is like very much more expensive than it used to be. This lathe now, this model of lathe is now selling for 3 grand. I mean, you got to pay attention to that. Lathes do they do retain some value, especially when they're well built machines. But you can find deals all over the place, and like for instance, I lucked out. I was in the market for a lathe, a lathe that I could travel around with, do demos and teach and stuff like that. Something I carry around. And Raycon had just come out with their 115. What is this? Let me double check this, man. Hold on a sec. It's right behind the curtain with the wizard. 70 150 VSR is the model. They had just come out with it, and they had a sale on it like right away. And I was just in the market, just like within the last couple of days. Like I had the money, or
Just
I needed to know what they
Woodturning
would
said,
cost, and I had the
I
money, and
turned
like I'm
on
going
the
to buy.
two-rigid lathe for over
Lame.
2 years and still is my larger body. Got my first newer last year.
Yeah, and that
Just Woodturning said, and newer is a mini.
yeah, but it's still a pretty solid unit. You had that at Empty Bowls, the Empty Bowls gig we did, so that's still a pretty solid unit, I think. But you can find those. But this,
Just Woodturning said, don't gotta have anything fancy.
right, nothing fancy. But with this little portable lathe, I got a hell of a deal on it. It was like almost $200 off its cost. And I happened to be in the market for a lathe. It's like, well, it would make sense to get a brand new lathe that I can
Just
travel with.
Woodturning said,
So
I
yeah,
love the turn crafter. Getting the second hand is a steal.
right. So I mean, it's really subjective. You don't have to have my advice is get the best lathe your money can pay for. But then you got to figure out where you want to start. Do you want to start turning pens,
Paranoid
doing
Squatch
stuff like
said,
that? Do you
when
want
I
to turn
find one in a
bowls?
garage sale, how will I know if it's worth getting?
Take pictures of it and send me a text or call me. I'll look at the pictures and I can give you a better idea. How's that? uh, and if I happen to be, close by, man, I might even come out and take a look at it too. But yeah, take some pictures of it and yeah, give me a call, text them to me, and I'll give you what is worth of my 2 cents. But you can get some pretty crappy lathes there. But it's like everything else, prices going up. So get the best lathe that
Paranoid
your money
Squatch
can buy,
said,
whatever
member
that
of the
is,
Woodturning
a
Club, moving to
mini or
Central
a
City.
midi or a regular size lathe. So at price point, we're looking at about average of about $800 for a mini unit, something near $1,700 for a midi unit. Depending on the brand, though, this midi unit is now. Well, what is this midi unit going for now? I think it's. I can't remember. It's almost $1,000 now. So basically, I got it for what half of what it's going for now. But and I think it might even gone up. But so MIDI is about $1,700. A regular size lathe, you're looking at the low end, probably 3,000, maybe 2,500, maybe at the low end. But there are still some manufacturers out there that at their low end is still a pretty solid lathe. So it depends on where you want to start. So let's say you want to start turning 10-inch bowls. Well, you can do that on a MIDI, or you can step up to a regular size lathe and have more torque. Depends on how many bowls you want to turn and how fast you want to turn them. So say, well, let's just say $2 grand for a lathe, and then turning tools are, well, that's a whole other story. Depends on what turning tools you buy. And I will say that in my experience, because I also have a, what do I want to say? I do not have a caviar budget for my lifestyle, right? So I'm always looking at other tools too. And Hurricane Tools has some really, really good steel, and they're very, very reasonable. And you can get them PSI Woodworking. You can get them Amazon. You can get them through several. I think probably a Craft Supply. There's a couple places you can get Hurricane Tools. I would stay away from Benjamin's Best. They're not, unless they've like significantly improved in a very short amount of time. I think that you're throwing your money away on not so good steel. I think you'll wear the tools down faster than you would say with a Hurricane tool, which might be either the same price
Very
or
nice watch,
slightly
said.
more expensive.
Pelican seems like an appropriate name tool.
Yeah, yeah, but they are really good tools. In fact, this half-inch spindle gouge steel, that's a Hurricane tool steel. I broke the handle off because the handle one was too short, so everything was off balance. The tool was tool heavy as opposed to handle heavy, or even balanced. So I just broke the handle off, and since I have these quick release collets, it's like, yeah, no brainer. I can just leave it off to the side and put it in whenever I need it. But Hurricane, I think, makes some really, really good tools. Now, I use a lot of Thompson tools. And for bowl gouge, you're talking $90. 100, well, they might even be up to 110 now. But that's a bowl gouge. That's just one tool, and it doesn't come with a handle. So if you buy a handled tool and you're a beginner, I would say check out Hurricane. And even if you're not a beginner, if you need tools to practice on, Hurricane, and I don't get paid for this. It's just my opinion and my experience with these tools. Hurricane tools are a decent buy because I think the tool steel lasts. It's good quality steel. It's not like your higher end tools, right? But still, it'll last you a while, and especially when you learn how to sharpen properly, you're not wasting away so much steel. And one of the things being you don't wait so long between sharpening. When it starts to drag, that's it. It's time to either sharpen it or switch. You want to work with sharp tools. That's why I keep so many sharpened next to me, so I don't have to go to the grinder every time. It doesn't take a whole lot of time. 5 minutes maybe for a tool to dress it back up. But that's 5 minutes that I'm away from the lathe. So if I can do a whole bunch of them before I get to the lathe, and I have 5 bowl gouges, soon I will have 4. I'll have to buy another one. I want to have 5. Uh, um, get them all the edges dressed, and then I'm ready to go, and I can turn for as long as I have good sharp steel. But I got into the habit really early that once it starts getting dull, because it starts to become a lot more work, and then the cuts look like crap after a while because your tool is not sharp. It's not as fun an experience as you would have with sharp tools. So Hurricane, as I said, makes really good quality steel tools, low budget tools, right? Not low budget, but budget tools in a decent steel. So that's a good place to start. Talking spindle gouge, $40, bowl gouge, $60, so a little bit less. But if you want to step up another $20, $30, you can get, really good tool steel that'll last you a lot longer, like a Thompson steel. It depends on what your budget is. So that, and then I would say don't buy an entire set of tools. Don't buy a set that has a bowl gouge, a spindle gouge, a skew, a parting tool, a blah 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 blah. Buy those individually and work with that tool until you have a good handle on it before you switch to another tool. I always recommend a skew. Skew is an amazing tool. Maybe and even to start with, I think it's a great tool. It can be scary, but once you learn the tips to use it properly, it's not so bad. And you can get a really, really nice finish just right off burnishing off of the tool. And I think it's a great tool to start doing any kind of spindle work. Even if you start doing like chair spindles and legs and stuff like that, tool stools and stuff like that, and turning spindles like that, you can still turn a bowl on a lathe like that. But a skew is like that. I mean, that's what it's designed for. It's an amazing tool. It's a lot more versatile than I think a lot of people know. So I love giving demos about skew because there's a lot to it and a lot you can do with it. Anyway, so buy your tools individually, buy one or two, right? That way you're not dumping a ton of money into tools right off the get go. And then you get to practice and learn, and maybe you actually really like the steel of that particular, you like the way it sharpens or whatever, you just like the steel, the
Coffee
longevity
Stream
of it.
Bot said,
Then
visit
you can
DaveWeb's
always buy
collect
another one
live
at that
page at
slightly higher price point
https
because
colon slash slash
as things age, they get more expensive, I suppose. You're not going to
GoGiveHIMDABE
replace a bowl
#
gouge
equals Twitch.
immediately. It's going to be a couple of months. At the very worst, it's going to be a couple of months before you have to replace the bowl gouge. So you buy one at say $65. 5 6 months later, you have to buy another one because you run out of flute. You can't sharpen it anymore. Or won't you get into your jig or whatever? Then you're out another $65, $70, as opposed to dumping like six, seven, $800 into tools, and then either you don't use them or you ignore them for some reason. They scare you or whatever. You just never use them. Learn with a bowl gouge. If you want to really turn some bowls, get a bowl gouge and maybe a spindle gouge or a skew. Definitely, another good tool to have, I guess, would be a parting tool. And then you're looking at another, I don't know, 40, $50. But a parting tool is going to last you a very, very, very long time. Get a good one. And I think it's best if you get a thin kerf parting tool. This particular parting tool that I use the most, this is not a thin kerf parting tool that is about 1/8 of an inch wide. I have a thin kerf parting tool, but it's a short tool, so I just use it for smaller stuff. And it's like a third of the diameter of that parting tool. So if you can get a thin kerf parting tool, that's always better. I think you don't waste away as much wood. But on the other hand, uh, you can actually turn some detail. You can make some with a parting tool. You can actually turn a little bit with it. It's not just a parting tool. You can do some things with it. It is also more versatile than it seems. So don't skimp. I say get the best tools you think, or even like the best budget tools. I don't know them all. I would say sitting here looking at me, just my hands moving around and stuff. I would say a good budget tool, as I said, is Hurricane. I still will buy Hurricane because I like the steel. It's not going to last as long as a Thompson steel. It's just not. Um, but it's darn good steel, and I've used actually mostly what I've gotten from them is spindle gouges. I might have gotten one scraper from them, maybe a skew, but definitely one scraper, and that's good steel too, in my opinion, as far as budget concerns. Um, the next tools I will buy, though, for certain things is going to be a better tool steel because I want it to last longer and it needs to be sturdier. But good starting point, Hurricane. We'll just use that one, and then some MIDI lathe that sits on a bench, about $1,800. So now we're talking about $2,300, 24 with tax. You're going to want a grinder, and it's really helpful, especially learning to sharpen if you have a jig set up, and I would recommend a Wolverine jig setup. So a grinder is going to set you back $80 I'm pretty sure that's what the. Let me look at this. The brand name is actually covered with a little bit of dust here. I can't remember. Master Force, that's what it is. It's a variable speed bench grinder. Um, I think at the box stores here, it's still. I got this like a few years back, but I think there's still $85 for a grinder. You can always use the friable wheels, the frangible wheels, the stone wheels. I upgraded to diamond wheels because they will never change shape. I never have to move my jig. With the frangible wheels, you've got to continually move your jig to where your angle, if you want to keep the same bevel on your tool, you've got to move that in every so often because the frangible wheel wears away and the diameter gets smaller. They're replaceable. Still a good place to start. It's where I started was with frangible wheels. And then about a year into it, I learned about the diamond CBN wheels and I bought one. And I won't go back. I mean, I'll use, I don't, I think I might even have one stone wheel for this. I don't know. I think I got rid of it, but I might have it tucked away somewhere still in its box. That's something I would use on like garden tools, something like that. But then I've got a side ankle grinder, so I'll probably use that. But diamond wheels are awesome, and they run about $120, I think. For I guess it depends. Some of it depends on the grit and where you buy them. But about $120 to get a decent 1 inch wide diamond wheel. Um, and you can use, it doesn't matter what size grinder it is. It's better to have a slow speed grinder, but or at least a variable speed one. But if you get a half inch or a half horse grinder, that's what I started with. Of course, it's 6 inch wheels, which is smaller than a standard grinder. But still very useful. So it doesn't really matter the grinder you use. It's being able to repeat the bevel that you put on the tool. So you're always working with the same thing. You don't want that geometry changing all the time because then you're always trying to work out what's the best cut for the tool. Whereas if you have the same bevel every time, you know more what to expect out of the tool, and it's safer. Uh, in my opinion. Anyway, so grinder and a Wolverine jig's gonna set you back maybe another 2 and a quarter. So we're looking at about $2,800 a little bit. So say 3 grand, 3 grand, and you can have tools, a couple of tools, a grinder, set up the jig so that you can get your grinds repeatable all the time, a decent lathe to work on. About 3 grand. And that's just a guess, not like pricing everything out, but about 3 grand, I'd say, will get you a good start. But again, you can find deals and you can get involved with your local wood turning club. People pass away. And some of what happens with wood turners is that at least our club, I know there's other clubs that do it. I don't know if all of them do it. All wood turning clubs do this or not. Something you can ask. But when a fellow wood turner passes away, the family doesn't necessarily know what all the tools and everything is worth. So our club, a couple of the guys will get together, we'll go down and we'll lay it out. We help clean things up, put things together, sets of this, of whatever we can find to group things together properly. And then we give a fair market price. Say this is what this would go for. But as a used tool, so we give them an honest, fair price that they could sell it for. You can get deals that way, working with your local wood turning club, because those tools are going to get thrown away or sold to somebody else to use anyway. So, and if they've got life in them, why not? So you can find deals all over the place. I'm just going to say expect, well, maybe not expect is maybe that's too strong a word. But a good guess is about 3 grand to get started. But you don't have to do all those things. You can lay off on the lathe for a little while, especially if you're part of a wood turning club or you have friends who have lathes who are willing to let you to work on their lathe. You can kind of skip around getting a lathe for a little while. But eventually, you're going to have one because again, the secret sauce to all
Paranoid
this is
Squatch
practice. It's
said,
practice,
"Sorry if
practice.
I missed it. When does the Woodturning clubs meet?"
Well, I don't know if there is one in Kalkaska, but I know that we had a guy. Well, he was more in Williamsburg. He had a Kalkaska mailing address, but he actually lived in Williamsburg. And he used to come out here. But our wood turning club meets
Paranoid Squatch
second
said,
Saturday.
"TC,
Yeah, the second Saturday of every month. And you get there about 8:30 or so, and you'll have access to coffee and donuts if you so desire. But the meeting usually starts at 9 and it gets out typically about noon. Sometimes goes a little over. It depends on what's going on there, but generally 9 to noon. Second Saturday of every month, even in the wintertime, because we do have snowbirds in the club, but not every club member is a snowbird.
Paranoid Squatch said, 8 a.m.?"
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, the club meeting starts at 9 a.m. But if you want, a good handle on coffee and donuts, you want to get there a little bit earlier. But the meeting doesn't start till 9. Um, it's
Paranoid
one of
Squatch
the days that I
said,
have
"Hey,
longer days because
8
I'm
p.m.
getting up
would be
early.
good."
Yeah, right. So getting up mighty early, I think, for that. But a lot of the guys are retired or older, and they're all I used to be getting up at used to getting up automatically at 6 a.m. every day. Uh, um, but
Just Java Turning
my
said,
schedule has changed.
"Our June meeting will be the third Saturday of the month as to not conflict with the symposium."
I forgot. Thanks, Joe. Appreciate that for throwing it out there. So June's meeting will be the third Saturday, but typically it's the second Saturday of every month. And
Just
if
Java
I
Turning said,
recall,
"New problem."
it's $40 for a year's membership, so it's not really expensive.
Paranoid
Not that you have
Squatch
to join
said,
when you
"In 2 hours deep into work at 8 ha."
yeah, not me, not me. Anyway, yeah. So I forgot what my train of thought was because the symposium, third Saturday, second Saturday of the month, coffee and donuts. Oh, right back around to membership dues. Um, you don't have to become a member of the club to attend the club, right? You can come whenever you want. Doesn't matter. It's open to everybody. But we do ask, if you're going to be attend regularly and be a woodturner, that you pay dues for it too. We do have demos and all that stuff, but you don't feel like you have to join immediately, like your first visit or whatever. Don't feel that way. Not with this club. And who knows, man? Somebody might even pay for your first year's membership without you knowing it. It can happen. Um, all right. So,
Paranoid
having
Squatch
said all that,
said, "How much a year?"
our club dues, I think, are at 40 now. They used to be 35, but I think they're at 40 now. But still, it's not bad for. I mean, you don't even have to leave your house to attend the meeting. We do it online at the same time. We do live stream the meeting, and of course we do not
Paranoid Squatch
always, but we
said,
do
"Seems
try.
good."
We do try to where we can live stream any demonstrations, outside demonstrations. Now, club members, we always live stream that, but where we can with I'm going to say the word professional because they're 70 miles away or more that they come to visit. And that's how I understand expert. That's how I understand the definition of expert is that you live more than 70 miles away and you have some knowledge on the subject. So you're the expert because you're the out of towner. So anyway, let's let's get back to carving this thing, man. But please, yeah, keep it going. I'm just going to wear a mask a little bit because I'm kicking up dust with this. But yeah, I would say ballpark, running through all that stuff, ballpark of $3,000 to get a start. I should wear. Oh, I just need to drop my glasses. I don't need to look for them. They're on top of my head.
Paranoid squad. So, even up to the knowledge.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I don't know if it's even possible to know everything about something. I don't know. Is it possible? Maybe. But most people aren't there. See what time we got here. It's 8:30. Oh, yeah, I got some time. I'm going to carve one of these out. You see? And then I'm going to switch over to the other half of that root ball I started yesterday. And finish that. That was what I was going to start with, but I started the broadcast a little bit early because I was doing, doing the, like I said, the prep stuff, and a lot of people don't really get to see what goes into something like this. It does take time. So I figured, why not stream that since I was going to be streaming tonight anyway, why not stream that? And that's what I've been doing, but I intended this evening to start at 8 o'clock turning that green piece. So I'll get that next. If this was a hardwood, I'd really like it to have been center walled cylinder, but because it's pine. Even though it's gonna have what is this, ash sleeve, the pine still has to have some kind of structural integrity. So I'm still wearing earplugs right now, even though, like I said, this is not very loud. But the addition of the sound of the tool cutting through the timber, and there is a hum from this, but the motor's in here. DC motor, it's quite nice. If I recall correctly, Jack Vassary, this is, the unit he sells. Has it set up in his shop, and I think it's a rocking chair, and he's got a couple of these units off to the side where he can adjust and turn on and off or speed up or whatever, and he just throws on Grateful Dead, listens to music while he does his carving. But you can do that with these because they're so quiet. Feeling good with this. Really nice. All right, that's that part. So you see, it's an even wall thickness all the way through, except of course where in this area where I took the diameter down. But that's, you can see that happen. But this wall thickness is the same as this wall thickness all the way through. But very easily achievable with a Forstner bit, turns out. Be a little bit more difficult doing it by hand. I want to change out my bit here. So I'm going to finish this a little bit. Let's see, what do I want? I want, where are you? Oh, you're in the box. And you belong over here. Oops. All right. All right. Let's choose another tool. Another bit. I'll take this guy. Alright, that's at least the ends of that opening done. So I'm going to move on to this greenwood guy. And I'll spend the however many hours that's going to be another time. So let's get rid of all this stuff. Some dust on the camera too. Alright, this needs to come undone. Lock that. Alright, I'll go put this back inside and I will be back. Oh my. Just looked out the windows and it's very foggy outside right now. Wow. The fog has rolled in, master. The fog. Oh, I can lose the earplugs too. Hooray, hooray. Mask can come off. You know what? Before I do that, I want to show you guys something. Let me grab that guy. I was playing around because I had done a little box and it was partially turned from honey locust. Let's store those together. Is that the right direction? No, I don't know. Yeah, there we go. Anyway, I turned a box partially out of honey locust, and I was playing with the fluorescence of it, and I found a new tool, I guess, so I'm going to share this today. If you have a UV light, I was surprised to find, hold on one second. There we go. So that surface looks really clean. And I was just going to go with that and put, I'll wait for the coffee bond now.
Co-fi page ad. https://co-fi.com/HIIMDAVE question math equals Twitch.
All right. Grab some 220. So I was fluorescing this dude. Wanting to see if the honey locust would fluoresce on this piece. And it showed me something else. So let's turn this off. I forgot I got to refinish this surface, but what's fluorescing on this wood is wood glue that got smeared onto the piece. And even though I thought I had cleaned it off, it did not clean off. So what that means is that's not going to take any kind of finish the same way as the rest of it. So I realized I've got to sand that surface, but a UV light will show you that. See, like that part of the honey locust is fluorescing, just that little part. But the rest of this greenish blue glow is wood glue. So this is a great tool to find stuff like that on the surface. If you care to try it, it might help you with your finishing. If you notice blotches or something like that, anything that's, this was glued together, so that's why. And the mask has got to go back on. Oh yeah, I disabled the lathe because I always want to reach for that button. Paddle, whatever. So I want to clean that up so that whatever finish I put on this, and I think because I've been experimenting with linseed oil, then I am going to hit this one with more linseed oil. But regardless, whatever the finish is, you have to be able to penetrate the surface evenly. Or you get the blotches or some, I don't know, they're not discolorations, like some spots might be a little darker. Hey! How you doing? I wasn't sure you were going to do that tonight. Cool, man. Very, very cool. I hope it was easy to get on, as it should be. Alright, so I've sanded the surface. We're going to look at it again, but this is, like I said, it surprised me, but it's a good tool for locating that stuff.
Yeah.
Groovy. All right. I've got a, I haven't been using it very long, but I've got what's called speech chat running in the background. So what it does is it reads the chats for me and then speaks it out over the speakers that I have plugged into the computer so I can hear things over what I'm doing. And sometimes it mispronounces things or pronounces them very, very oddly. But it means I don't have to pay attention to the chat box. So what this is, yep, that's my daughter, my favorite daughter. Very, very cool. I have to say, man, I did momentarily consider just staying and not going home. All right, so let's see if it got the rest of that out of there.
LARICE88 said, your only daughter now in.
Just details, man. Doesn't mean you can't be my favorite daughter. Just details. So yeah, I'm just about there, and then I can move on to the green wood. Let's see, there's a little bit there. Trying not to also sand my chuck. Dun, 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 dun. Let's see. I'll give you something about that. Or do I? Yep, that's how it works, man. I'm looking for a light switch. It's over there. Okay, so even with the lights on, I should be able to see it really stand out. Nothing going on there. Got a little bit there. Let me try. I cannot get the corner of the abrasive right down in here. So maybe if I use a sharp knifey. Or maybe not. Alright, so there'll be a little spot inside the bead, but that, I think, is the lesser of two evils. Why are you sanding the Velcro? Okay, since I sanded that, I've got to do that. But get a little UV light, man. I guess they're fairly inexpensive. This one here I bought specifically for the wavelength that it was because whoopsie daisy. I was working with, and I still do occasionally, working with UV resin. And this particular UV resin, I wonder if I can do this. This particular UV resin, optimal curing is at, I think, 365 nanometers. But anyway, in material, a lot of the infrared or UV, from what I've been able to see, a lot are sold at like 345 nanometers, which is still, I mean, it'll fluoresce just fine, but it was just the UV resin that I was using and still use, I guess. Requires 365 nanometers to harden or cure properly. But it's I've discovered a new. I don't know if anybody else knew about this. I have no idea. I've never heard anybody talk about it. But great tool for finishing. Okay, that's a no-go. Let's try that again. That'll work. Since I sanded that other surface again, I've got to do this one. So that the finish goes in evenly. Let's go around that corner a little bit. And then I think I saw one more thing, and then I'll get on to the, but I may not have it. It may have just been this yellow sawdust. I thought I saw a tool mark. Okay, I didn't. Groovy. Okay, so that's done. I can put it aside, but yeah, I thought that was really cool. I can put finish on that now. Oh, and I guess I need to sign it someday. Okay. Let's put that back inside. Well, I didn't think the fog would get any thicker, but it's definitely thicker. Wow. Must be quite the interesting temperature change out there. I think I think today's temp got up to 76 ish, but it was raining pretty much all day. Not that that's a bad thing. I mean, it's not. Not a lot to do outside, unfortunately. But I did get quite a few things done yesterday that I've been wanting to get finished. All right, so this guy, let me see. Do I need that one or am I going back between centers? So I have, and Paranoid Squatch. Here you go. There's the other half of that root ball. I'm going to turn that dude. This is half of root ball from a honey locust. Well, it's a honey locust tree, but it was more like in the shape of a bush, more or less, with the long shoots coming out of it, long branches. It was a cluster tree at that point.
Paranoid said, "Fog was perfect out on the side. It was awesome."
Yeah. So you got it out there too. Okay. Anyway, this is I turned the other. Oh yeah, I can grab that. Turn the other half, the upper half of this, and this is the center of the root ball where, and well, I mean it's honey locust anyway. It's very hard wood. This wood was a little bit harder because it's got grit and stuff in it, being a root root ball, but the center column definitely of it all, and this was the upper half that I turned last night. I got to do carving on it, but I'm waiting for it to dry to see what happens to that crack that's in it. I don't think, I don't have any worries about that crack destroying the piece. It's just going to be there, and then I don't know. I'll either do something with it or I won't. But I do have some carving to do. So that is the piece that was on top of this. And this is the piece we're turning tonight. I just think all the little roots that came out of the root ball, all over the place. This is the main trunk, and it's even got a big taproot right there. So I guess that would be the main taproot, right? But cool stuff. Picked it up from Butterfly Pavilion and Bug Zoo. Is that right? Did I say it right that time? In Kalkaska, Paranoid Squatch, a friend of mine, let me know that they had cut that down and wanted to know, hey, is this any good for turning? And maybe could I harvest it so that he could have some of that wood to turn to when he starts to learn how to turn. So I went down there and we got these, and I cut this root ball up. I'm like, oh yeah, I have not turned one of these yet. We're doing this.
Paranoid Squatch said, Butterfly House and Bug Zoo in Williamsburg.
Butterfly House. I always say pavilion, man, don't I? Whatever. One of these days I'll get it. Butterfly House, not Butterfly Pavilion. Thank you. So I'm going to put this back between centers because I want to take this tenon down. I don't need that big of a tenon for this piece. Well, I guess that's kind of subjective, but I want to make it smaller so that I have the jaws closed a little bit more. This is going to be a smaller piece anyway because some of this is going to go away. Possibly all of it. But it still means I don't need that large of a tenon. So we will find the center. True it up and make that tenon smaller. And then we'll hollow this dude out because that's what I think it's going to be. I could be wrong. And then I'm going to see, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to try dyeing it. at least one of them and see how that looks. Because I bet, I mean, there's figure all through this because of all these tap roots. Not, I mean, this support of the tree, right? So there's all kinds of figure in here from all those intergrown, interweaving. It's all feathered and got a lot of figure. But so I think staining might be phenomenal on one of these pieces. So I'm at least going to try one. Staining, dyeing. I meant dyeing. If I didn't say that before, using dyes. Different colors. Hello, little bug. There we go. And drive center, live center. Groovy. So, Larice 88. You ever have an idea? I do. I have a plan to, and I don't think I'm going to do it twice turn. I might do it twice turn, but I don't think so. Depends on the wood. I think I will use, if I use it doesn't matter. I have plans to make like entire dinnerware sets out of wood. If that's something you might be interested in, maybe look at different kinds of wood and let me know what you think. It is going to happen at some point in the future. Some of it is the cost. I think I will need to have at least 1.5 inch thick seasoned wood. Probably 2 inch would be better. And then I'll need more thick. Well, and then if I can plane that, no, I don't want to glue it together. Then I would need more, some that was thicker than that, even for bowls and possibly cups. But anyway, at least plates. That is not the tool I want. That is. Anyway, just a thought. And I still have, oh my God, that's another reason why I should drive. I still have this frickin' box of China. That's not secure Eastern Centers, Dave. Maybe we should talk about it and just, I don't know. I don't know if you'd ever use it or whatever. It's nice stuff. It's been in a box for hundreds of years. Since, I mean, I'm about as old as dirt, as you say, or older than. All right. So the outside of this one is going to dull my tools too. Pretty fast. Good thing I got a couple of them ready to go. Surprisingly, the inside, I was, redress the edge on that spindle guide before I start, but surprisingly, turning the inside was not anywhere near as gritty, and I was able to, I think I only had to sharpen one time, hollowing on the inside. It just wasn't as gritty. But with all these bark inclusions and the dirt and grit that gets stuck in there while the roots growing through the soil, it's expected. I expect it. So, one of the first things that I find to be very important, especially I find very important when we're working. It's like no matter what you want to do with the piece, you got to have a shape that appeals to you. It's got to be something that works, whatever that is. I like to use, well, I'm going to do that my own aesthetics, but I like to use classic rules, golden ratio, learned some things along the way about that I didn't have any idea of. But anyway, um, two-thirds, one-third rule, if you want to call it that, or two-fifths, three-fifths rule, where you split up, or you when you're considering your design. So in this case, where I want the widest part to be will be either a third of the way. Well, if I want to have the piece feel like it's got some lift to it, then I want the widest part of it to be up at the top. If I want the piece to sit low or squatter on the table, or look like it has more weight, then I will put the wider end towards the bottom of the piece. But I want that the widest part of the wider portion to be at about a third of the distance from the end, or two-fifths of the distance, and the rest is two-thirds or three-fifths. So that ratio is much more visually appealing. And I work really hard not to leave like straight lines, because that breaks the continuity of a curve. So this curve will be a nice smooth flowing curve, but if there's a flat spot, your eye is immediately attracted to that flat spot when you look at it in silhouette. I mean, it just shows up. So I'm very careful about the curvature of the piece, and I want the diameters to also have that ratio, one-third, two-thirds, or two-fifths, three-fifths, as far as shape. That's my aesthetic and kind of what I'm playing around with these days. It might be different for you. It doesn't really matter as long as you find a shape that you find pleasing. Then turn that shape and do a series of them. Make them where's that other tool? Hello, there you are. Make one shorter, or better yet, well, I mean, there's a couple things you can do with this process. Like, you can try to duplicate it several times in a row, and that will help you work on being able to judge not only size and shape, but if you're doing production work, stuff like that, it really helps with that. So, and then another way. Hold on, I'm gonna fix this guy. Oh yeah, I'm gonna make that smaller, wouldn't I? All right. Volume is another way. Hey, hell, I mean, how do you want it to look? What kind of style are you going
Captain
for?
No.
I
Said,
mean, there's
"Hey,
a
I saved
southwestern
life in the
style
chat.
where they are
Happy Pop Day."
wider, rounder, kind of squattier pottery, southwestern style. There might be, I mean, there's different styles all over the place. So what appeals to you? In this case, for a lot of the artwork that I do, I'm kind of going for that
Paranoid Squatch
aesthetically
said,
pleasing.
"Howdy Obi-Wan."
And I go for I like working with the golden ratios and stuff like that. I think it makes a difference in my work. And hey, OB, how's it going? So There's several ways to approach the process. I've used both, and other ones. My favorite thing to do though is to take a chunk of green timber, or just a chunk of timber, really, but mostly green. I like green. Green is fine. Um, Green timber, and just throwing it on the lathe and seeing what comes out. That's my favorite. Just let the wood, and so you can see that flat spot right there. Even without looking at it so well,
Captain
you can see
Albon
it just
said,
shines.
"Hey, paranoid squanch."
Time to change the bowl gouge. So yeah, working with root balls. It will definitely dull your tools pretty quick. But I don't know, man. Sometimes the pieces you can get out of them, it's worth it. It's worth it even just for the experience of whatever timber species it was. Alright, so I need to adjust this curve some. And actually, I think I got to decide what I want to do with this. I think if it's going to be a small void, that's okay. But I don't want it up near the rim. So, although I'm going to lose some of this, that's all right. All that figure in there is really going to be phenomenal, I think. So, I'm okay with letting some of this diameter go. I'm always looking for the best piece I can get out of a piece of timber. Not the biggest or whatever. It's the best. The best piece I can possibly get out of it. What looks really, it doesn't matter to me how big it is and how small it is. I mean, I do plan, let's do some timber. So yeah, I want to turn this X diameter, whatever, out of it. Or this is this size piece, and the wood's still going to dictate. I don't know what's in there until I open it up. There's going to be a lot of grit in there. This one's dull already. Not that side. Okay, I'm getting into the ballpark of the shape I would like to see. And all that figure just is awesome. Thanks, Dave. This is going to be some pretty stuff. Didn't know, but now I know. So, OB, I'm just gonna keep checking because I'm just not sure when, and I want to be around when it happens. When you're gonna start streaming it, or have you, or start live streaming it? Because I want to check out your channel, man. Give you that support. Ooh, doggy. Oh yeah. I'm just doing a little bit of scraping on this guide with this. Just clean up a few marks and the tools as they went dull. Alright, that's full gouge number 2. Let's grab another one. Oh no, did I not sharpen these? Oh, that one's sharp. Okay. Okay. Wait, can I do shear scraping? Oh, okay, so I got to think about this. Let's. Okay, let me tuck this. I'm getting like really close to the shape I'm after. I think I want to tuck this in a little more. So just working my way through the cuts, I guess you could say there's 4 basic. I mean, there's only 3 shapes really that you can make turning, and there's 4 basic cuts. I think pretty much no matter how you slice it, push, pull, a scrape, and a shear scrape are your 4 basic cuts. And 3 shapes you can make are a line, a V, and a curve. And the combination of all those shapes together is what gets you the form when the piece is finished. So as far as the math goes, it's pretty simple. It's really not much more than that. Just a lot of practice. Take that down even more. Let's see. No, probably smarter to leave it where it's at. So let's finish refining the shape, surface anyway. This is pretty much right where I want it. So done my pull cuts and my push cuts. Now I'm working on more refining cut, which is a straight. Really light touch though. I just want to take off the high points. Even out the peaks and valleys on the surface. Trying to set myself up to have a better and quite frankly shorter sanding experience. So that's a push pull scrape. Now I'm going to do shear scrape and it's going to find, even though that is not a bad surface and this is a great place to start sanding. In fact, that's not bad. Sharp tools are very important. So we'll do a shear scrape and we'll refine that surface even better. Because I also like to start as high a grit as I can get away with. I mean, if I've been there and I still occasionally have to go there. It depends on the timber. I've gone down to 40, 60 grit to start sanding, but in general, the things that I turn now, I in general start about 220. That's the surface I leave myself. There's nothing wrong with sanding at all. Can't really use, not efficiently, uh, sandpaper as a shaping tool. So I don't use it for that. But depending on the surface that you're coming off your tool with, you can really start at a higher grit. And that's always my goal. I want to leave myself, I equate it to being part of they added the finish your finish, or prepare for your finish. Not finish your finish, but prepare your finish. This is part of that preparation. The surface has to be, at least I think, in the best possible shape to accept whatever finish you're going to put on it, if you put on it at all. And maybe you won't. I have a couple pieces I've never put finish on. And a couple of bowls I use often. Never ever put finish on. Because the surface is just so smooth and nice. Not the finish would necessarily block that feeling, but it's raw wood and you get to hold on to those every once in a while. So shear scrape and a scrape are very, very, very safe cuts. I don't have my tool in a tool handle. I don't need the leverage. It's a very, very safe cut. You cannot get a catch. This is a good cut to learn. Alright, so I think that's probably pretty good. So yeah, so that's even I'm gonna start technically I think we start at 320, but I'm gonna start at 220 and finish sand that. Wait, no I'm not. I see I'm following that curve. I got a little bit. Some work I'm gonna do right about here. So I do recommend while you're turning to stop every so often and see how things are progressing with the timber. Look at your shape. Step back a little bit and look at those curves. Actually, I could take that down a little bit more. I think I will do it this way. That's better. Look at it again. Shear scrape, and I'm only going to go about that far. Well, not that I can. I only going to really need to go here to shear scrape because the rest of that I'll have to turn away when I reverse it. So I'm going to leave a little bit, and then I can blend the two surfaces in together. But not a heavy cut. Taking off, I mean, super, super fine shavings. It's not a heavy cut. Just knocking off the high point with the shear scrape. And it might take a little time. You can go backwards and forwards with the shear straight. And I'm sorry, Squat's phone died. Oh, hey! I love it when that happens. Alright, let's take a look at that surface. Alright, I got a little more work to do right in here. And I think it might be. Yep. That's hitting a dull spot on the tool. This is just that. I'll have to sharpen this tool again anyway. So I always want to go in the direction that I have grain support. Okay, I'm ready to sand. That little bit of tool mark is gone, so that works. All right, time to mask up. And while I'm at it, actually, I think, let's see, one of these is the spindle gouge. Yeah, no. Is this bowl gouge sharp? Yes. Is this bowl gouge sharp? No. All right, so I got one sharp bowl gouge to go before I got to sharpen one or two. But I don't need that for this. What I need for this is a mask, a sander, and some fresh abrasive. Oh, wait, before I do that, I might want to consider what I'm doing with the rim. So lots of options here. I usually do a beaded rim, but maybe instead I'll do a slightly flared rim. Let's see what we get here. Well, buddy, looks like I'm gonna have to use you now. I think I'll make the rim a little bit smaller. And too tall of a flare, but I think that's what I'm doing after. Take a look at that. Nope, I think it needs to be a little smaller. Or do I want a flared one at all? Shavings everywhere. Let's see. just kind of refining the shape based on the spout of this thing, and I think that is actually, I think that might be a good diameter for that. Let me. Yeah, I like that better. So I like to answer the question for myself. Why do I like this particular shape or whatever I'm working on? But that makes me just do, things like this and go, okay, let's take a look. If I follow that curve down, we're going to be right about there. So that is almost 5. The widest point is just shy of 2 inches. So if I go 2/5, 3/5, it's pretty much right there. It looks pleasing to me. This nice, smooth, flowing curve. Or what about it? Something I don't really care for. Maybe I see a flat spot. I'm like everybody else. I've had design changes. I've had inadvertent design changes. I don't think there's a person in the woodturning world that has had inadvertent design changes. Okay, so I'm going to use my negative X scraper and a push nut because it's also a very versatile tool. Get a really sheer cut on that. I like that curve. I don't like that curve. But it's what works for your eye. Don't let somebody force you into. I mean, I guess there's rules, and I do the double quotes, and I say there's rules. I don't even have that pointed down. What is my problem? There we go. There's rules, I guess, but they're not hard and fast. I've heard it said many times that they're rules that are meant to be broken. But they're a great place to start. So I can't say. I mean, there's more. What I think I can say is that, like in turning, there are more efficient ways to do things and less efficient ways to do things. It's not right or wrong. Sometimes that's the tools you have to work with, and so that's the process you have. That's your aesthetic. That's the way you like things to look. No, right or wrong. Don't don't let somebody try to force you into a position that you're not comfortable with. And if it doesn't work for you, take what you can learn and then adapt it to whatever your aesthetic or style is. I do. There's a take a class, and in some aspect of woodturning that I have an interest in. I want to learn as much as I can. And in my practice, I want to learn as much as I can. What can these tools really do? Some of the things I've discovered I was never taught, and I haven't seen some of them, or I've seen aspects of some of the things that I do. But everybody's got a different style, different aesthetic, different way of looking at things, different perspective. No one is more right or wrong than the other. It's only really what works for you. Okay, now I'm ready to sand. That is, I'll take that shape. I like the neck of it now. Yeah, I'm ready to sand it and then hollow it. Cool. Which means I need to put a fresh edge on my spindle gouge, and I'm going to go back to my Jimmy Clues quick release, quick connect, whatever it's called. Okay, let's see. Let's get this out of the way. You know, I've noticed I've gotten really into the habit of not turning on the compressor. It's just this Rex sander just makes friction sanding so easy. And it's an orbital sander, so a random orbital sander, so that's a bonus. I have one of those handled friction sander thingy bobs because I thought, oh, I might need to have that because, oh, hey. But this does that job, and I back when I bought it, I needed to sand at a much lower grit. Started a much lower grit than I do now too. So it became a tool that I don't use regularly, but am intending to take a good look at it and see what I can convert it into. All right, mask on, glasses on. Since it's going my tools, I wonder how quickly it's going to go the abrasive. All right, so I want to hit that with a fresh piece, but I do like the surface we have now. There's just some touch-up stuff I'd like to see done. Get a fresh piece of abrasive. Yeah, I can't wait to try a dye job on this guy. One of them might ultimately be both, but
taking a little extra care in this area
Test. All right, cool. I really like this. Another reason I like, yeah, my microphone died, so having that speech chat and somebody's mentioning it spoke it out, and so I was able to catch it. Thank you. Otherwise, I'd have gone a little bit longer without realizing I had no audio. I need to go back a little bit. Let's see. There was a chat bot, spam bot. So Bauer 322. Hey, welcome to the channel. How's it going? Yeah, sorry about that, folks. Thanks though for mentioning that in chat. I appreciate it. Let's see. I think I need to take this guy up a little bit more. So I need to be. I don't know. Well, obviously I was off for a while. When I'm hollowing this way, I want the tool rest as close to the piece as I can get. I don't want to rub it on it. I just want as minimal a gap between this and this as I can get, because that is part of the fulcrum that I'm using to hollow the inside. The other fulcrum I'm using will be the inside of the rim of this piece, and so I won't start with a large hole. I'll start with a smaller hole and work my way out as I hollow this out. But in order to do that, I need to be dead on center, and that's what I'm working on trying to find right now. Just a little bit more. Let's try that. That's it. I'm just going to drill this out. Something like that. I can go quite a bit ways more. This is some really hard wood now. Same issue as last night. I'm going to go a little bit more. Yep, that'll work. Alright, so I got my center hole drilled out. Now I can start working with opening up the inside. And this is not like a normal push cut where you're cutting, it's like I'd be hollowing, but below center. It's not like a normal push cut. I'm actually cutting the top surface above center, not below center. I'm not turning anywhere near you would turn a bowl. I mean, it's exactly the same thing, but I'm doing it upside down. And in a way that I get a pretty sheer cut on the inside. So I get a really nice clean surface most of the time. I'm pulling shavings out right now. Let's take a peek down there. A little bit of a nub I wanted to get rid of.
keep in mind that tool steel is going to heat up a lot and fairly quickly because it's rubbing on the rim there at the same time that I'm also cutting. So there's friction on both sides, but more especially the rubbing on the rim really heats up the tool steel. So I'll have to cool it off at some point. Try to remember not to grab it. But this is more of an advanced technique.
It's just such beautiful wood, man. I'm hoping this will become a void. The bark is fairly thick, so I should have some good luck there. But let me take. Oh, I gotta blow that out. A peek in there. I've got to keep this rim contiguous, like no notches or any knocks out of it. It's got to be a smooth rim. So I got to monitor that all the time because if it's not, it's going to induce vibration to the tool. And I want to eliminate the vibration.
Woo! Dang. All right, I gotta quench that. That's really
hot. I'm going to go actually get a paper towel and wet it down, and I will be right back. That paper towel right there will work. But as you can see, you can really remove a lot of material pretty quickly. Get some of that heat out of there. Okay.
so still working on opening this thing up. I know it's not just me, but this thing is changing shape as it gets thinner. It's still running through all down here. So I'm gonna have to pay attention to that.
Let's see how we're doing in there. Not bad. Needs to be opened up some more.
what speed I'm running them at. Oh, I'm actually running at the slowest speed I possibly can. Isn't that fabulous? Just another reminder that it's not the lathe speed that makes you a good turner. So I'm trying to turn. This tool steel's so hot. I gotta clean up that rim. I can't touch the tool. So that's really, I don't know. I mean, that's one of the hazards of doing this way. But again, for me, it's one of my favorite ways to hollow things out because it goes pretty fast. I don't have to set up a bunch of other extra equipment. Or have, I don't know if you have that kind of thing, like a lathe dedicated just for hollowing with the hollowing system attached on it. I mean, that's always a thing. That might be something I could do someday in a shop, I guess. But, if I want to do a quick hollow form away from my shop, all I need is my spindle bit. And it looks like I'm going to have to sharpen that dude. Yeah. So let me screw this up with my half inch. And I'm going to go put a fresh edge on my 5/8. I'm going to finish hollowing with this guy. Lights, camera, action. Well, this particular part of the root ball significantly dulled my spindle down. Whereas the upper half really didn't at all. So that's interesting. Let's see, I need to go that direction, and then I think I've got it right there. So one more. Full pass around the block there. Nope, not quite. There we go. So it probably would have been, silly me. That was an assumption on my part that it would be a similar experience on this. Not that it wasn't that far removed, but
Clearly, it's not working out the same. This is dulling my tool fast. Okay, so I'm really close to a good wall thickness here. Air gun. Yeah, it's pretty clean surface. Let's see. Get all the way down there. Right. So I really need to work a lot in here. See what that brings us.
Dull already. Alright, so I'll address it sooner this time. Cool it down a bit. But man, I'm really close. I just need to get up in here. So I had to open this up a little bit, but that will be basically the finished diameter of the rim. So I would say I'm on target. We'll see how it pans out.
just about right. A little bit more off there. That looks good. Sorry, being real particular about the grind, just because of what I'm asking the tool to do. And the wood, quite frankly. Okay. Okay, so I need to get right up in there. You know, you're not really helping much, so I'll move you out of the way. Not really feeling the bark here there yet, but that's part of what I need to clear out. So oh, so nice. Okay, so I'm done there. Okay, so that's pretty even. I want to go a little bit thinner than that. And I think I also need to turn on the compressor. All right, so we're at about 10:30. Good time management so far. But yeah, it's definitely moving on me. Now I got some air pressure. turn that off again. All right. I briefly considered switching to my 1/2-inch spindle gauge so I can get into a little bit tighter spot, but because I've got the wobble that I've got in there, I've broken through there, so that's cool. Because it's moving, I'm going to stick with the heavier tool. And I'm taking lighter cuts because my wall thickness is getting thin. That's actually right where I want it, I think. Let's see if I can address. Shoulder right here. I think I just nailed it. Oh yeah, okay. So now I just have to work on, no, that's pretty good. So I just have to work on pretty much the very bottom of the inside. And I've got a nub in there. I think I'm gonna go with, not you. And I still got, nope, time to put a new burr on here. I'm going to use a negative rake scraper back in there to just pull that nub off. Okay. And since I forgot about it, I really should do it now. Need to raise the tool rest a little bit since I'm using a negative rake scraper. I don't want, wow, that dulled that fast. I want to approach the surface of the material with the tool at less than 90 degrees from the top to, whatever zero line would be. So if I'm parallel to the floor, I'm at 90 degrees. I really want to be less, so the handle has to come up, and so raising the tool rest forces that handle come up because you're cutting right along center line. Yeah, I'm going to redress this burr one real quick. Since the wheel was still spinning, it started up really fast. Let me take a better look because I'm having to kind of close one eye here. Okay, that should have
nub off. That was bad juju. Got my tool stuck, so I've got to clean up that rim now. That's a bummer. But I think, well, it's not quite finished. Redress the burr. The biggest issue is this is a small hole, so seeing that dead center is kind of hard to do. There it is. Seems to have gotten it. Yeah, seems to have gotten nicely. That's a decent, I'm going to say it's probably about 1/4 inch wall thickness. Let's see what we got here. Got my void though. I thought it might be nice to have a void in it. Oh, that bark is on there good. So yeah, about 1/4 inch wall thickness. That'll work. All right, so all I'm gonna do now, because the inside is, oh, I gotta fix the rim, but there's not much work there. And then I gotta reverse it and turn off the foot, or the tenon. So one more quick peek here. That might get blown out. Okay. Oh my. Green wood will get plastered to your tools, so it's a good idea to keep your bevel clean so you're not up off your bevel when you start a cut, if you just happen to have a bit of dried on green wood like that. I
Got a little bit of fuzz there. Okay. And it's mostly gone. I'm good with that. Got a really nice wall thickness. I'm seeing one tool mark right there. And she's gone. Sweet. All right, let's address this rim. That's dull now. I don't need that guy. It's still got an edge to it. Okay, I need this light. And I need to drop the toe rest. That's what I think was causing me issue with the spindle gouge there a second ago. There we go. So the rim's a little bit thinner, but that'll be all right, I'm pretty sure. The rest of it is pretty even. Okay, time to flip this dude around, and not tracking too bad on time. That's pretty cool. Let's see. I know I want to do this in a jam chuck. Oh, I see. I think I could have gotten, yeah, I could have gotten a little bit deeper down there. Well, that puts me right about there for the bottom, and my bottom is going to be more down here, so it'll be a little heavy in the bottom. See if that runs through. That does, so that's all that matters. You know, I could actually trim that a little bit too. Well, you just don't have the mass I need. Alright, I'm going to dress the edge on this one more time. Need a little bit more, a little bit bigger tool just to have the mass to dampen some of that vibration down. Because I'm leaning, way off the tool rest here. And the further you get off the tool rest, the more you're gonna vibration is gonna show up. All right. That is really close. I think it makes sense that I get another 5/8 spindle gouge. So that will probably be my next tool purchase. Let's see. Didn't quite look right. There we go. I'm not saying I'm surprised how significantly this wood is building my tools, but whenever you're dealing with burls or root balls, you have to take into account that there's going to be grit in there. I've also turned like ironwood, seasoned ironwood. I don't want to do that anymore because that's some really hard stuff. Let's see, I want to go that way. But I haven't gotten a chance to turn green ironwood yet. Have I? Yeah, I have. That's nice to turn. Okay, so I don't have to take much out of the bottom. Hey, Adams, how you doing, man?
Said, looking cool.
Oh, right on. Okay, that'll work.
Values said, doing good.
Groovy. All right, now it's time to flip it around. Let's get the depth of this guy with the magic yellow depth gauge. And that puts my bottom here. Check it again. That puts me right there. So let's see if those two lines match up. Looks like they'll be mighty close. Look at that. See, they line up just fine. Okay. So that's the inside bottom. My curve is going to come around and finish somewhere right in about that depth going this way. Maybe a little bit, probably there. Somewhere in between there is that curve is going to come around. So, time to flip this dude around. Okay, considerations for jam chuck. Eeny, meeny, miny, go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Let's try. Let's see. Ooh, Nelly, all the way down on the knees. Okay. Those won't work. No, dang it, that won't work either. Oh, that shouldn't be there. Surprise, surprise. Look what I found. Ooh, that might work. Oh. Oh, yes. Okay, cool. So I have found my jam chuck, assuming this will fit into this chuck. And then we'll get that running true. Yes, it will fit. And we'll get that running true and then cut off the tenon, such as it is. You do not belong down there. You belong in here. Okay, leather. That part doesn't matter, so I need to take it, but I do need to take it down just a little bit more, so I'm going to do that. We'll adjust this jam chuck to have a better fit. And with everything else, I'm going to cut at least at center with this guy. I like to try to be a little bit above center with this particular scraper, but as close to center as I can be, because I use this side to scrape the wall sometimes inside a box and straighten up. And when I'm working on lips of boxes, I can pull this way to scrape that diameter down with a clean scrape rather than trying to, get little micro adjustment movements, trying to push inward. And it's really helpful for, I'm almost there. It's really helpful for working on those. So I prefer to, there we go, I think that's just right. I prefer, actually I need to, oops.
https://code-f.com/hiimdave ?
Okay, not quite. Gotta open it up a little bit more. I prefer to have a compression hold than an expansion hold, especially on the rims of hollow forms. There's always that danger of pushing a piece apart, opening it up too far, and causing splits and cracks. But I prefer a compression hold where it's like around here. The hold will be all the way around that rim, so it holds it in place from the outside in. That will be nice. Okay, so I'm all set now. I can get ready to turn that away. This guy, leather. Okay. And, oh, this is the point where, yeah, I'm going to need a sharp bowl gouge. So I will redress the edge on this, spindle gouge and a bowl gouge, and they're all over. Is this one sharp? No, you needed to go this way, didn't you? Okay, so one bowl gouge, one spindle gouge. And then we'll have a finished piece, just waiting for it to dry. To put on the finish of my choice, which first is going to be dyed. And then from there I'll decide. Oh, almost got it. I have turned some, as I said, I turned burls, but most of the burls I wind up being gifted or finding are not root burls. They're up higher in the tree, so not much grit in those. But I've turned root burls and turned another, another root ball or two besides this one. But this one really is surprising me at like how quickly it's done on the tools. It's just wild. I don't know that carbide would help in this situation, but I don't use carbide tools either, except for the hollowing Lyle Janssen's hollowing system. That's got a carbide cutter in it, but I don't have any other carbide tools. Alright, just about there with the bulldog, I think. I should have cleared the flute on this. There's some honey locust in the flute, and the tool heating up is burning it off. And it's got a pretty strong smell. Okay, that should be almost at the 4/6 knots. There we go. I want to be working with the same grind every time. So if it takes a little bit of extra time to get it right, I will spend it. Okay, so now this, I don't need the flashlight in the way. This can stay, this can go. This goes in its holder. Let's bring up the tailstock and get the live center. And let's get going. So I'm using this leather, this contraption as not only a jam, I guess more of a friction drive than a jam chuck, but I've shaped it so that the rim of the piece will fit right into slot there and leave room for this leather. And I want to only give enough pressure that way so that I can't slip the leather past. Very easily by hand. I don't want to go too much tighter than that. One, I don't want to burst this piece, and two, I don't want to burnish it either. And that can happen like if it slips by, or if there's too much pressure, it'll burnish it and leave them, but either way, it'll leave a mark, and I don't want to leave a mark on the surface of it. So just enough pressure to keep me from turning this easily, and I can't turn it, so that works. Going with the bowl gouge. Running through. I'll take it. Woo! Bowl gouge is a little warm. So I'm not going to take big honking cuts off of this because it's a thin-walled vessel, relatively. That's way too high on my tool rest. So, fairly light cuts. Tool's already dull. Goodness. Well, good thing I sharpened this guy. What is that? Is there a nail or something in there? Yeah, by golly, there is. Oh no, it's a stone. Okay. Well, case in point. Grit. Something underneath my tool. Oh, I just couldn't see it quite well.
Well, good catch. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, I heard it and I felt it, and I was like, what the heck is going on there? And the tool just started immediately going dull. I'm like, uh-oh, what's that? I thought it was a nail. Thankfully, it was not. But now I'm going to redress these edges of both of these because both of them caught that stone. Oh well, I mean, that's part of the gig.
And that stone just beat the tar out of both of these guys.
Paranoid Squatch said, I think we'd like to try out some carbide inserts.
I haven't, but they do sell, tools that are carbide. I think what is one of them? I think one of them. Not that I would recommend it because seeing it in action, it seems like a poorly designed pair, but Easy Wood tools, people seem to like that for some reason. Easy Wood tools scare me. I don't think they're very safe. But they do make carbide. There's manufactured carbide tools. I just don't use them, except for hollowing. But that's because it's part of Lyle Jamieson's system. I don't see anything wrong with those tools. If that's what you want to use, that's fine. It's turning. But I don't. I have some experience turning with them. I guess I could say yes. I have actually turned and learned some nice tips about turning with carbide tools that are a little bit different than using traditional tools. I think that'll work just fine. Yes. No. Okay. Yeah, that took a good running jump at the edge of this tool, man. Both of them actually.
On my tools, you can just rust the insert and you are back to sharp as new.
Yeah, I know that's a feature. Whoops! No, Dave! No! Oh, almost forgot that. Almost started putting the wrong bevel on this tool. Oh, get in there. Oh, sure, yeah. Well, I mean, I've seen they sell the same thing for wood turning tools. They sell different size carbide tools. And there are people that swear by them and use them. I just got started with traditional turning tools, and that's kind of what I like to do. Oh, probably. I bet it would be. There are some little tips that could make that journey a little bit nicer too. It's all about how you present the edge. Of course, tool handling skill is a big deal, but it's about how you present the edge too. And on those kind of tools, you kind of, it's like taking a negative rig scraper and tilting it up on an edge just to get that burr.
Squatch said, they'd like to learn both. They each have their applications.
Oh, yeah.
Iron wood would probably turn better with a carbide.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to take a lot more material off that than I thought, and
I hear the tool up. I wonder if that's a rock too. Oh, nope, that's a little rootlet. It's actually wood, but it looks like a stone. Come on, cool down. Okay.
Slow and steady wins the race, right? I'm only moving as fast as the toe can touch. Oh, I took this too far down. I'm sorry. I didn't hear. Playing a round of golf in England right now. Really? What game? What app? What course? I don't know how many courses are out there. I think there's a Westminster, right? I don't know. I don't. I watched golf for when I was younger. I don't own a television now, and I don't really watch. I don't watch sports really at all. So golf was one of the ones I used to watch. Ah, nice. I've got a little golf game app on my phone now. I can play every now and then. But it's not. I mean, I played golf, actual golf, one game of it, 18 holes. And I gotta say, if you're a beginning golfer, um, you probably want to stick to 9 holes until you get physically fit enough to do 18, because golfing really is a physically intensive sport.
I do the disc golf.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, of course you do. Yeah, I remember. I can't remember your friend's names now to do that.
Said, I was thinking 3 higher.
Huh? Oh, 3.
Paranoid Squatch said, 3 holes.
Okay. Okay, so now I am ready to get rid of almost all of that tenon.
Paranoid Squatch said, maybe start with putting and driving, especially putting.
Pudding. Yeah, the bot read that as pudding and not putting. That's funny. Oh, yeah. Putting is a big deal. I don't know that I have great putting skills in real life, but on a game, it's not too bad. I did learn I had a natural golf swing, so there's that. All right, so I won't have much to take off there. I'm going to sand that, and then I'll cut that loose and sand that down, but that is essentially that. So I'm going to mask up real quick. We'll sand that fairly quickly with a piece of fresh abrasive. And that will be, except for the signature, a done piece. I think the die is going to explode on all this figure. Can't wait to try it. close this down a bit. Well, it's still a little wet. It's collecting in the abrasive, but not terribly. At least it's not fogging it up real bad. Not that wet. Yes, that is a very nice surface. No tool marks. Gotta dig it. Alright. I'm going to leave the mask on for a sec because I'm going to cut this loose and then sand that little bit left over really quick with some air. And I definitely don't want to pull any fibers out of this because this is in spindle orientation. Any fibers that I pull out of that, and that wall thickness is about like that, it'll pull them right through the bottom and leave me a hole. And I don't want a hole. So I will always cut that tenon rather than trying to pull it off and tear it out. Okay, so no burnish marks, no indentation. Good. Let's finish this guy off here. Dave, it might go faster if you get the coarser abrasive out. Get back here. Looks like I'm going to have to start up the compressor real quick. But that's just about done. Just running out of air. I'm pretty close to being finished with it. There we go. And then a touch up with the 220. Alrighty, so that wraps up this project, which is great. So I've got it's still a little weighty in the bottom, but that's okay. It's a really nice shape. I like it.
turned out really nicely. So can't wait to apply some dye and see what happens to that. The question is, though, do I wait? I should get the wire brush on these guys soon, but do I wait for this to dry? Yeah, I gotta wait for it to dry to dye it anyway. Okay. The short game will kill you. I think the long game will kill you, man, for sure. The one time I went golfing, it was for as a golf scramble for the company I was working with, and the president was a huge fan of playing golf, and it was well understood that nobody could beat the president's score, the president of a company's score. It's not allowed. Because he was that serious about his score, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, that's when I found out I had a natural golf swing for a drive. So I made it for the first 9 holes. Not too shabby, but after 10 and 11, and my body was starting to give out. I did not realize how athletic golfers really are. It takes a lot to go through 18 holes and all that. So I'm impressed by golfers. I just don't watch it anymore. But I get it, man. It's a very athletic sport, whether people believe it or not. You just use different muscles. It's all there is to it. Anyway, you can get tired out real quick. So I think this is a beautiful piece. I love all of the. Let's turn that off, and then that's not bad lighting right there. All little bark inclusions that are included in it. Oh my goodness. Okay, so all of that right there is dirt and clay, and that was seriously dulling my tool. I'm going to leave it alone and leave it as part. Maybe it'll fall out, maybe it won't. But that is a big chunk of grit. So just keep that in mind when you're turning root balls. That you're going to have to expect it. That's just the way it goes. Expect to sharpen a lot, and I did expect that. So let's turn off the side cam, go right to the main cam. I really appreciate the support. Thank you all for joining me this evening. It was fun to do an extended broadcast and take care of some other things for other projects, so that was kind of neat.
That is said. Great stream as always. That is said. Catch you next week.
Very cool, man. Looking forward to it, and thanks for the compliment. I appreciate it. And don't forget anything, any of them that you miss, you can.
Nice turning and talking. Thanks, Steve.
You're welcome. You're welcome. But you can always catch the past broadcasts on my YouTube.
Said. That was a weird way to always.
Oh, weird.
Coffee Stream Bot said, visit Dave Life's Co-Fi page at https://co-fi.com/.
So I gotta double check and why. I don't know if that is actually coming over the microphone or not. I'm sure it is. I don't know how loud it is, if it's being filtered out very well. But it's hard to talk over. So yeah. Thanks for joining me. I appreciate the support. It's always fun to have people to chat with while I'm turning. And I like doing live demonstrations personally myself more than recorded ones, because I have that interaction and I enjoy that very much, especially questions, answers, comments, whatever. I really enjoy that part of it too. So having said that, I'm going to end the broadcast. I'll be back again next week, Tuesday and Wednesday evening, 8 to 11 Eastern Standard Time. And my name is Dave. Thank you again for joining me, folks. I hope you stay friendly, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening. I'll see you next time.